Hello and welcome to Tales of the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Temple Tankard YouTube channel, and Discord server. That's what it is. Hey, folks, we are back at a little bit of a snafu last week, and did a lot of uh, planning essentially for this session, and kind of doing a lot of recap um, and discussing the aftermath of the grasping void being destroyed. And so, starting off today, is I know we're going to pick up there on what's happened essentially, and then we'll go through the group and what their next steps are. And then kind of going from there as to what's going on here. So while I'm talking about the aftermath here, think about what you guys want to tell us, tell everybody about where you're headed initially, and we'll kind of work our way through that here. So kind of in the first days and then weeks afterwards of Grasping Void being dispatched. So as the party destroyed the presence of the Grasping Void there and releasing the avatar of Thor, yeah,
Anyone?
Thordior, the Ruby Dragon god who's been quiet and
Emerald.
un,
The Emerald.
well, the aspect was the Emerald one. The overall dragon is the Ruby Dragon, Thordior. Um, uh, you learned that Smargard, it was the avatar or known as the aspect of mind, that is a psychic presence there. And so essentially, Thardior has had his mind restored at this point. And so what that will mean, we'll see what happens down the road now. But uh, you were able to sort of collect all these survivors from the Nexus and get them out to a place where they could be taken care of and cared for, reuniting the Crystal Dragonkin with Jasper, and letting them kind of pick where they're going to go next. And you did learn that their intent is to go back into the necropolis there to their lair and to essentially help with the restoration efforts of the necropolis itself. As any leftover presence of the corrupted dragonkin, the gemstone dragonkin, has disappeared. There's no bodies left behind, so they don't seem to have died. But there's also no they haven't been seen since then. So they may have fled. Something happened with them, so that they may be out there someplace. But unfortunately, you also did learn that while there were no bodies found of the Necroborn or any other corrupted dragonkin, the city of Aurea, the Gold Dragon city there, uh, 2/3 of the population died. They fully corrupted by the Grasping Void, and essentially when it destroyed their all um, all that control, everything else just fell apart and they collapsed. Those that were fully corrupted, their entire nervous systems, organs, everything else there, were essentially turned to that black goo, like the bodies that you saw there. And without the presence to help control that, they all just fell. Those that were tainted, that had kind of the initial stages of corruption, they fell unconscious and are able will recover. They will be able to uh, um, they w- they will recover, and those that have awoken since collapsing like that have no memory of what was happening or where they were or how they got where they are currently. Also in Aurea, the it's known that the queen herself was corrupted and did fall as well when the grasping void falls. So currently, Aurea is um, what you've been told is that they're going to essentially reestablish and try to repopulate the city and find a new queen. But it will not be the same as it used to be, obviously, because that was a sort of the largest and most centralized uh, city among those in Drakoll. Um, you all met with the queens, or at least heard from the queens, and one thing as a reward for doing what you did, the party essentially was given a dwelling of some kind in each of the major cities of Drakoll, except for Oria. Um, so all four of the cities, including Kuriak, which you've never, the group of the majority you have not visited. Esk has been there before, as has Grimbar. But essentially, a dwelling of some kind, either a small house or an apartment of some kind, or someplace nearby, where within reasonable walking distance of the teleportation circle, which you also have been granted access to. So Lucas was able to get three of the other three teleportation circles he hadn't seen before in Stanor, Zinkrel, and Guriak. Um, so, with that though, not much else to be done in Drakoll itself. They are just now in a position to sort of try to begin to recover from this. You had a question there.
I was just gonna let Elmi know that we also found the dead Crystal Queen, but they're gonna take her back and revive her, aren't they?
Yes, that is the plan. So they did, as the surviving crystal there, she had
She
sacrificed
wasn't.
herself.
Let's say, yeah, she didn't. She didn't get corrupted, right?
Yeah, she
No.
she essentially sacrificed herself to not get corrupted. Essentially, she.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
but we're gonna we were taking them back
mhm.
to Jasper to recover him because we left him in the Silver City, didn't we?
Yep.
Jairus? And then they're gonna obviously all go back with her and stuff.
Yeah. So the intent there, again, it's all in the days and a sort of essentially about a week or so, kind of collecting everything, getting everyone around there. You have your airship back with you, and has to kind of get in there. Again, you have a vast amount of wealth in terms of the thousands of pounds of emerald scales were left behind by the body of Smargard there, and those there is no claim on those to anyone. It is yours to keep, essentially. No Drakoll lays any claim to it or anything else like that. So you can use it as ever you see fit. You do know that Serenity, the crew there, there is a request them to return to Craven's Rest, as there is a shipment that the Baron would like to have done. There's no rush on that. Yes, Craven's Crest. Been a long time. I've been reading a lot of material that still says Craven's Rest, so it kind of popped into my head. So, yeah. The Baron there is looking forward to them returning home at some point. It's fine. It works out really well.
It's literally all man's fault. Technosaur's fault.
Yeah,
I like it better. I think it's a much better name.
It works out really well, and no one in town is upset the fact that the name changed. It was more of a historical reason why it was the way what it was.
Yeah, these historics.
Yeah, who cares about that? Yeah, no, it's essentially when the town officially became a city, it rebranded itself there as with a new name. So, again, so Drakoll has a long road ahead of itself in terms of getting it back established. The four queens seem to be very devoted to getting everything back, and there's potentially going to be a fifth and then sixth queen, as there will be a crystal queen there for the first time that the general populace will know about. You don't know what that resolution would be yet. That's all up to them how they want to do things. But the Crystal Dragonkin also have sort of kept. They do intend to help with the other Gemstone Dragonkin children. They do want to take them all in and help raise them, as they now their primary purpose was to guard the temple, guard the mausoleum where the body of Guide rested, and now that's not an issue anymore.
Yeah, that's gone.
So their purpose is going to be redefined at this point. The intent would likely still have a presence, or at least part of being a caretaker for the necropolis, but also to be a part of the nation as a whole again. So there's definitely some change on the horizon there. During the time you spent in Drakoll in the aftermath there, and kind of prepping to head back or wherever you're going to go there, you had learned a little bit that there had been cited strange planar rift popping up in various places. You'd heard that before. And while not much specifically had been reported in Drakoll, they had other things to worry about for the most part there. It was something that was noted. Nothing major happened, but there was a definite concern. They thought at first it was related to what was going on with the grasping void, but it doesn't seem to be, as it's not really. It seems to be something different going on. And Esk, you will have received reports from Death March, the city to the south, that many undead hunters and Necropolis Guard all kind of are stationed there for a time to learn how to hunt undead, as Death March is perpetually overrun or perpetually has undead in it. And so the nearby city that's just called Death Watch it sends out hunters and trains hunters rising tides of undead. However, the reports you've seen is that there's been a spike of more undead showing up there. There have been observed actual rifts opening up to Shadowfell and undead coming out of it. And so you're able to kind of you get these reports. I mean, it's nothing like it isn't. There's no reports that it can't be handled by what's there. It's just that they've been reporting a larger amount of undead in that region. So they've been actually putting out a request for any other to kind of reinforce the area to have more people go to Death Watch to watch over the area. So there is that you have. Anything else? And I'm trying to look at my notes here and then what we talked about last week a little bit. Was there anything else you wanted to do in Drakoll before leaving the area? Okay.
I don't think so.
Just checking in.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think.
Okay. Lucas, I know one of the things that you had planned to do, and since you have the body of Calthon, your master there, you were planning to teleport in the short time afterwards there to Anol Karun to have his body put to rest and do all that. Obviously, it's something that the rest of you could be a part of, or he can go off on his own. I know the plan is to take the airship back. And so, quick show of hands, who's taking the airship and who's going with Lucas?
Where's the airship going?
It's heading back. It's going to make a quick stop at Port Oris and then keep going to Raven's Crest.
I am on the airship.
Okay.
I will go on the airship.
Cool. I assume Amethyst is as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want company, Lucas?
He doesn't need company. He's fine going back. Obviously, he comes from Anol Karun, so he's at home there. So not a problem.
Yep.
If you want to go to Port Oris, that's fine.
I didn't want you to think we are abandoning you. If you want company,
it's fine.
Okay. So in that case, we'll start off. So while you're traveling,
I'll take the ship.
Okay. So while 4 of you are on the airship heading back, Lucas, you can make the jump to Anol Karun. And so one thing to also take note there for people who keeping track at home, the party did level up, and so this is sort of the level up time in this as you're kind of gaining new skills, new spells, new abilities, whatever else on the way here. Also, if there's anything you're planning on doing in terms of like swapping out any spells or anything else, go right ahead. Just let me know what things are going there so I have an idea. But yeah, we'll kind of work that into your time here as to what you're trading and doing. So, but we'll start off with you, Lucas, there as you're heading into Anol Karun, a familiar place there. Hot and dry as always. There's no real change there in this aspect. But you're definitely there's both a air of celebration in terms of, hey, something big happened. A great accomplishment of dispatching this terrible astral entity who's been plaguing the world at this point, and stopping it before it becomes more of a problem, but also a bit of a somber task as well as putting one of the masters to rest.
Was there much corruption in an old crew or any at all?
There didn't seem to be any. There were no reported deaths, strange deaths of any kind. There were some people that were unconscious that that had collapsed strangely, and reports you'll find out that they had some sort of strange goo from their eyes or ears or their nose. But there were no odd reported deaths of people that had been corrupted. So some tainted had been nearby, but in all the cases but one that you heard reports of, they were all dragonkin. There was one, however, that was actually a human.
Anyone know? Or just
Checking into it there, probably not somebody who was new. If you kind of investigate a little bit about the person most recently had been had reports had been that they were in actually in Zigrel at one point, the Bronze Dragon city.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So no dens of corruption of any kind like you found in Stanor, but there were reports that some people did collapse.
Yeah, I'll take his body back. I'll obviously tell them the whole story now.
Okay.
All about him. Maybe piece most of it together, but yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely. I mean, essentially, you'll end up with an audience pretty much with all of the bardic masters, essentially.
Do they make him sing the tale?
Probably more oration than I think Luke's more oration than singing specifically, but potentially. There's a lot of note taking as some of this will be put to song and tale and everything else like that, kind of embellishing the story or whatever needs to happen there. So there's definitely will be something.
I should have gone. I could have embellished for him.
I'm sure this
made him look like a god. I would have made him look like a god.
I'm sure the city of Bards will have no problem embellishing.
Actually, Grimbar would probably just make you look like his minion and him as the god.
Yeah.
And your point?
That's my point.
So, yeah, you'll I mean, essentially, Excelvion and the rest of the bardic leaders essentially would kind of be there to hear the tale initially and see there. So there's beyond informing them what's happened here and what's going on there, was there anything else you wanted to do with them or ask any questions of them or find out information about?
Yeah, I was going to look into what they know about the planar rifts and the giant's unrest.
Okay. So Excelvion has the most information. Obviously, he's, as you know, as maybe some of the general population wouldn't know this, but he is the spy master of Vinokarun, and has eventually Eisner's and influence in a lot of different places there. So he kind of gathers information from a lot of areas.
Tell him we want eyes on his back. He belongs in our check, not in an operation.
There's lots of eyes and ears, not just one.
Okay.
But yes, so he kind of a smaller group there will be brought aside there. Probably you, Halork, and Skelvion. Maybe one or two others that have information to report as well. So rifts in general, there have been report of a lot of different places. Like dozens, if not close to 100 or so reports at this point they're popping up recently. Some fairly large enough for like a creature to come through, or they will kind of confirm reports about Death March, that more undead have been coming through and more rifts have opened up in that space as well. They have a strange set of reports that you're kind of surprised about is in the Goblin Nations. There have been a lot more Fey type creatures and things from the Feywild messing in the verdant wilds down there. Reports of large creatures and strange little Fey things happening in the jungles down there and on the borders of Gezrek.
Let's go.
Gezrek had been having in conjunction with that report there, Gezrek's been having a lot of problems because they are being beset on the east by giants and on the west by Fey creatures that are running amok. So they're definitely having difficulties. They're now sandwiched in between these two problems, and of course they share a northern border with Dravier. So they've been trying to do whatever they can to not deal with Dravier as they've been dealing with the other two things on either side of them. So
yeah, we've still got the crazy giant with the chain thing happening.
Yeah,
and there have been reports that. Yeah, so the reports from the giants, however, they have been weirdly effective. Normally they just rampage around and just make a mess of things and just fight with stuff whatever they can. They fight amongst themselves. At this point, the giants are successfully, harassing both their east and west borders with the Silver Spine Mountains, where the stone giants are, and the goblins to the west of them. They have forces harassing both sides there, and they are fighting a continuous battle along the northern border with Dravier. They have been harassing things constantly there as forces are going out there. They're almost doing hit and run tactics where they'll go in, fight a major battle, and then retreat. Taking all the fallen giants with them, and leaving enough to kind of hold a defensive line there, so Dravier can't push south without massive losses. And so they're fighting a very effective war on three fronts. And in various reports, they've seen this chain wielding maniac, and what's become fairly obvious. It seems to be like the reports are that it's the chain wielding warrior or whatever is an ogre. It's much smaller than the hill giants that are there, but it is extremely fast and just deadly, are all reports. It just whirls around with a chain, taking out everything within its reach. And it's just the weird thing is that there's reports that he's been in all three areas. Like he's getting around faster than he should be able to as well.
Not all at once, right?
Not all at once. There's no. It's essentially it's like, oh, he's been harassing over here against the stone giants. And then reports are, no, he's up in Dravier and he's a couple places along here. Oh, now he's over in the goblins. It's like, in a matter of a week, he'll be in all three spots. It'll be over the course of a week, he's been spotted in all three places.
So he has some way of teleportation or something?
Or moving very quickly, yes, in some way. There seems to be enough time to travel between, but how? No one's been able to find out just yet.
Right.
Yes.
We'll find out when we take the coin off him.
I mean, that is something there. So, but yes, reports have been very difficult to come by what's happening deeper in the Thundering Steppes there. Obviously, the giants have a stronghold of some kind, but any attempts to scout deeper into their territory is met with, a loss of a scout. Scrying attempts have been possible, but there's very difficult to see much other than there are known places where they have buildings and fortresses and things like that out there, because again, the giants have lived there for like over a millennium.
Has Kiva heard anything recently about stuff that's going on down there?
No. No, she has had no contact down there. She's been up in the Enlightened Isles.
In where? Sorry,
The Enlightened Isles.
in the Enlightened Isles.
Yeah, she has been.
Mm-hmm.
She's been a busy beaver.
I know she traveled north, and she's actually up here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
that's where she's been recently. Most recently, in terms of last time we talked to her, she's been up there.
With
And who's that?
That's Kiva, one of
That's one of the
this-
other Shattered Soul.
correct. The one
yeah,
that is connected to.
her and the fourth one,
Yep.
the other two that are connected with Elia and I are now a
Kiva.
couple.
Yeah, Kiva and Gildor have been hanging out in the Enlightened
Oh,
Isles.
Is that where the shipments are going missing up there?
Was that?
Is that where the shipments are going missing?
The Kiva's fault? No.
No,
Could
so
be.
is that
She
where
could
the
loosely
shipments
be in
are
Where are
going?
the shipments? Because
Not why.
That is
Yeah.
the area. Yes, it is up along, actually more along the coastline of like kind of the east, up the coast there. So, yes, but shipments have been going missing up there. More information to that coming soon. There'll be somebody else gets that bit of info.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Grimbar's going to find out about that, since that's where he's.
Yeah,
Or Eldon was from there too, wasn't he?
sort of, kind of. He's
Sort
been
of,
away,
kinda.
away from there for a while.
Yeah, I don't think he's allowed back there, is he?
And,
Because
and Eldon really doesn't have much connection back to Coppervale anymore. So
No, because he murdered everybody he was related to.
no, it was all an accident.
Sorry, he accidentally murdered everyone that he was related to.
No, actually, just more property damage than loss of life.
Uh-huh. I thought everybody died.
Well, you
Didn't
can't call it
everyone in his family-
manslaughter.
Didn't everyone
what
in
would you
Eldon's
call it?
family die with the collapse of the thing?
No, that was most of Eldon's family died way back when the automaton uprising
It
began.
was like almost 100 years ago.
Yep.
It was
I thought it was your
Yeah.
fault though. I thought it was his fault,
No.
wasn't it?
no.
He
Not
just
at all.
blamed himself.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
sort of. Eldon's okay. So Eldon's whole thing is he did find they were okay. So the Warforged started a rebellion because of a whole bunch of magical stuff. The Warforged were loosely created by gnomes and dwarves, right? So
Mhm.
they had a rebellion because they gained sentience and they didn't want to work as slaves anymore. So they had to blast through a whole big old wall. Well, that wall, the other side of it, which they also had put explosives at, was going to be the hole to get through, leading into all of the great deep roads, like getting out and about. Eldon had found one of the explosives and was trying, like, had shown his dad. They were trying to disarm it. However, right as they were disarming it, it exploded. How Eldon had got all the scars and all that was from the explosion, the fire. But his whole family, and he almost died in the collapse of the tunnels. It caused a lot of damage, but
Yeah.
that was Eldon's whole.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago. So the automaton uprising was about 100 years ago, and the beings that left and were smuggled eventually left Coppervale, headed north, and became the Warforged.
Mhm.
As the people from Scarlos took them in there and helped them form new bodies and ways of, well, reproducing, basically creating new Warforged. And so, yes.
Yep.
And
Eldon was a little bit repurposing the power which was Mizium. He was repurposing it and created a new way of creating.
Mhm.
Yep.
That was more, yeah.
Okay.
That's
So-
what he's still messing with that.
Yes, he's still messing around with that. They're hopefully not blowing up anything in town.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
He's 100% still messing with that.
Oh, he's got people keeping their eye on him, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, as much as they can. Yep. He's
Mhm.
So anyway, so Lucas, anything? Anything else you're planning in an old Karoon while you're there as they're traveling back? I think you were mentioning something about.
Yeah, I was contemplating to be contacting his sisters.
Okay.
Get her there. Yeah.
And so probably for the first time seeing them in person, it's been 10 years roughly. I forget the last time you saw them. You were in your early teens or there, and maybe more like 15 years when you all got separated.
Yeah, we were very young. I can't remember.
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, one of your sisters being a bookbinder, working for kind of a book person who creates and prints books. Is still in Nil. Both of them still in Nil Karoon. The other one still working in one of the major taverns. Not a full bar, just kind of working there, just making a living. You'll learn that she has a family herself. So you are an uncle, in fact. As one of your sisters there has a small family at this point. There, a husband and two little children there, about 4 and 6. Actually, 4 and 2, roughly about there. So, yeah. So they are. It's weird seeing them because you've been so long, but there's definitely they're definitely happy to see someone who's especially already, as tales are spreading through the various taverns and everything else, a hero. Someone who's been around the world and doing so many powerful things, amazing things. It's already kind of spreading around that you've had your hand in quite a few crazy adventures.
Obviously, we got plenty of money, so I'll help them out in any way I can.
Yeah, they're happy. I mean, they don't seem to. I mean, they're not going to turn it down, but neither of them are bad off or anything else. But they're definitely happy to accept some money to help do more with, obviously. And they don't have any major plans for doing anything crazy, but they seem to be happy in what they're doing at least. And happy to see you again as well.
Great, good stuff.
You set up a bank account for the kids to go to the Bardic College where you went.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a problem. Definitely, I mean, going as a tuition the route that you took, being sort of like indentured servitude to one of the taverns there, eventually becoming an apprentice and moving up that way. Having the actual money to enroll and just be a student is definitely a better, a different way to go. Obviously,
Yeah, definitely.
Your sister's definitely happy to have that ability for them to be able to do that. We have a cat attack. Oh no!
I'll just put her on my shoulder. She'll be okay.
There you go. Okay. So that's going to take obviously some time. About the time, I mean, as you're doing this over the course of days, a week or so, you guys are on the ship heading back. The crew is none the worse for wear. They're definitely feeling eager to get back away. A chance to come back to more familiar routes. But the ship just takes as quick a route as it can, just kind of heading straight, pretty much a straight shot from where you were at Thunder Peak to heading over to Port Orith initially. So the trip there taking about a week or so, just a travel, as there's no rush to push it any faster than really you need to. Aya will do some maneuvers just because she's bored and doesn't want to just fly in a straight line and normal speed. So occasionally she'll take some little more drastic maneuvers just for the fun of it, really, rather than for any expediency or urgency. Anything you want to discuss, check out? One thing I did mention there that you know, Gathranosh, the gold dragonkin paladin of Bahamut, is staying behind. He does intend to help with the rebuilding and sort of revitalization of Auria. as that was his home originally, and so he's definitely wanting to see that
Mhm.
healed and reestablished there. Drazir also obviously being the Drake rider there.
I think he should be the new queen.
Yeah, that doesn't quite work that way.
No, apparently not.
He would likely he doesn't have any major ambition. He just wants to be there to help. Likely he's one of those guys that'll be put in charge of things because he's pretty competent and somewhat high level. And so he'll likely make a name for himself and do things. Was that?
You just casually drop that in there. Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, he was when you met him, he was the same level as you were, and that was about 8th level. And so he
Mhm.
hasn't leveled up as fast as you. He's about 10th or so now, which is still pretty good for
Mhm.
your average
Mhm.
adventurer.
Sure is.
So he's definitely able to stand out and be helpful in that. So
We did tell him to let us know if they needed anything from us as well, and
of course,
keep us in the loop.
yep, he definitely definitely intends to do so. Although the at least for him, there's definitely an air of hopefulness, and as he's seeing a difference already in the attitude of people, and as you leave Drakoll, you will note that there's just a different air about everyone. People are more relaxed. People are, although it's a terrible tragedy, of course, everywhere. And there's a little bit of sadness there. There isn't this tension among people that there was for a long time there. And while the call was only recently audible to the general populace in a lot of areas there, now with it being gone, it feels different here as you're leaving. I mean, it feels just there's this less of this nagging like worry that's always been there as you grew up there, and now that it's gone, you're just like, wow, feeling a little bit more. Yeah,
Feels weird. Feels weird. It feels different.
The tension is gone. Yes, it was always in the back of your mind there, but it's gone now, and it's something you didn't realize was a thing until it's not there anymore.
I think we definitely noticed a bit of tension.
Oh yeah,
and lots of racism,
and that's not gone away. Obviously, Sora gets a lot of looks and not so much hostility, but there's a lot of wariness. There's a lot of side eyes and nervous glances and everything else, but there's no real hostility toward you. Obviously, you're scary to anybody that comes near you anyway. So
It can't be that scary.
no one's gonna mess with someone with your gear and everything else. I'm just like
Right.
you're
Well,
better.
then
Literally glowing. You're literally
Yes,
glowing.
ma'am. Yeah.
and not with a tabaxi next to you, growling at everybody
Yeah.
who gives you a side eye look.
Yes, and the
So it's not me they're scared
Angry-
of. It's
and the
Amethyst
angry-
they're just scared of.
Oh no, they're scared of you.
I mean, yeah,
The rabid
I'm
animal
more.
next to you.
Yeah, I see the
Yeah.
rabid old terrier next to you.
There you go. That's his first time being mean to me this evening.
uh-huh.
Called me a rabid animal.
Listen, you two. Get along. We're supposed to be having fun.
He was the one who said he wanted me to be nice. I'm just pointing it out.
Grim's gotta keep poking. We know.
Yep. Poke the bear.
I'm not the one that said it. They said you were growling at people, or you said you were growling at people. I just
Yeah.
And you called her a rabid animal.
animals growl, you know?
Hey,
What am I saying?
You have daughters, right? You're out with your
Yeah.
daughters. You see
Yeah.
somebody looking at your daughter in any kind of way, and you growl at them. That's what you do. That's what I do. And Sora's my best friend.
You know the one that just walked behind me?
Uh-huh.
I don't need to, because somebody looks at her the wrong way, she's going to slap them.
There you go.
You know?
Don't mean you won't growl though.
I taught her well.
Does Grimbar have kids?
Does Grimbar have kids?
Oh, hell no.
No?
Not that he's aware of.
Not that you're aware of, yeah. Probably.
Okay. Good to know. Okay, good to know. So
Not yet.
among the crew,
When I become
Um,
king.
of course. Among the crew, there's definitely an air of relief that everyone is getting a chance to leave the area. They've had some interesting experiences. Obviously, they've fought. Some of them actually did participate. You know that Emir actually did take part in the raid on Thunder Peak. You have to stay on board, but they've had to deal with obviously they've had to deal with the Sapphire Dragonkin attacking them when you guys were all on board. Had to deal with a vampire when the vampires attacked you guys en route. At the one point there, so they've definitely seen more action in terms of combat than they ever intended to. So we're looking forward to getting back to some more, hopefully less exciting times of delivering passengers and goods.
Sounds
Uh,
boring.
I mean, not everyone wants to get into combat every day, so it's
Wombat, wombat.
yes, we know that Sora
I
is
don't want to be a
itching
combat
to fight.
wombat.
And I'm sure Sora's spending all of her time on deck doing sparring and or
This time she's not. She's actually just enjoying the ride.
okay.
Yeah, and also this time on the way back. Normally, Esk would also be there doing drills, but he's like sitting at the front of the airship, like with one of the emerald like scales in one hand, and then Guardian's tooth. Well, yeah. So
The scales are bigger than your head.
it's more like sitting in my lap.
Yeah.
And then the Guardian's tooth in like the other hand type of thing, and just connecting with the key, like trying to gain insights into the rage of dragons and all taking and thinking about all of the fights that we were just a part of.
And
That
to
kind of
resolve
stuff.
that too, your time in the monastery, though brief, you're able to go in there. You retake any of the because you are part of of this whole thing here. They're fine with letting you sort of retake the tests and everything else like that and engage there. And essentially, you smoke most of anything you deal with there. The only ones even remotely a challenge for you were like the masters that were there, and so basically they will kind of allow you to sort of to go through that and not only prove yourself combat wise, but also sort of like how you can come back down from it and how you while you're not a pure monk, you do kind of tap into that little more peaceful aspect, at least, so the more some of the more meditative abilities that you have and everything else. So it's definitely a different feeling of like you're sitting on the ship now. You're sort of like looking at balancing the rage of dragons with the calm of kind of the monastery and everything else, and sort of like seeing these images play out.
Yeah.
The tooth, which is about probably as large as your hand, essentially, and the scale, which is about as big as your head. You're holding these two things here, just like this sort of like tokens of just an experience that obviously no one else in the world is going to have, other than the people on board with you, and the students time here. I assume those of you who have the capability will be doing sendings and discussing things along the way. Is there anything you're trying to set up on the way back? Any messages you're sending to kind of keep people in thing there? Thora, just to clarify, yes, I mentioned this before here. In any settings with your mother, as you were kind of flying, not south, where the village is there, you will find out that yes, the lizard folk there have all gone back to normal. They're not there's no seemingly lasting effects of hearing the call as they did. What's you dealt with the two influences that were messing with them, as the lurk is gone, and now the grasping void being gone. Lizard folk are sort of a little more carefree in a way.
Okay.
There's obviously this whole region has sort of like some psychic influence that has now gone as well. So they are, while they're still obviously concerned about dealing with dinosaurs and hunting for survival and everything else like that, they're starting to do more fishing as there's not this big thing in the lake that's causing a problem anymore. So they actually are starting to do more, expanding sort of their activities and everything else. And so, your mother's also will let you know that even in the last just week or so, since at the time you're talking to her, it's been probably a week since you dealt with the grasping void. It's been all this time,
Right.
and during travel and everything else. She's already getting messages and stuff through her network that smuggling children may no longer be necessary. They may be able to do this more sort of a above board operation of if children are born that may not be able to be cared for in a way that they would normally be, they can essentially help them go find families rather than having to smuggle them out.
That's
More of a
step in the right direction.
Mhm.
Yeah. While there isn't so much a threat to the children anymore, now it's a matter of, hey, this might be a good thing to get them to some place where they're not going to be having any issues. Their lives aren't at stake anymore. Now it's finding them a better situation for themselves, as they are going to be different, at least for a while.
There'll be orphanages opening all over Drakoll.
Right.
I mean, there are a number of them anyway because of how many people were lost and everything. So yeah, so she's somewhat hopeful in how things are, how things could potentially change in that aspect. Maybe out of the children's saving business and now more in the children adoption business.
She'd be good at it.
Yeah. So she's even hinting at potentially going and visiting some places there.
Ooh. In Drakoll?
If at some point in the future, it's not an impossibility like it used to be.
I recommend that she start with Strolux and have him do introductions. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, for her, that is the close. Well, Arya's technically closer, but that's a little bit
connection in Ajiris, though.
Exactly. Yeah. So there will be there. Let's see. So Grimson and Ironhar. Yes. So Ironhar is definitely eager to talk with you, see how things are going, see what's up there, and any information you can provide there, Grim. So that will be something that he's definitely eager to speak with you, as is, of course, Mabel. And with this, you get some like cryptic messages from Kiva occasionally that they're traveling. She won't say where because she tends to be kind of secretive anyway for the most part. She overshares but keeps a lot of details to herself. So something you've known about her for a long time. So a couple conversations there. She'll let you know she is still with Gildor, but they're traveling. So yeah, she'll let you know how things are going and keep in touch, obviously.
Okay, cool. They're both okay.
Yeah, she seems to be. She says there's been some excitement, and she's kind of. She'll talk about it when she's not on a ship.
Right, when there's nobody listening. Okay.
And she doesn't seem to. She's also just like, you realize that she doesn't do well with sea travel. She's
Right. Okay.
sort of like not feeling very well.
Okay.
Like, she's traveled mostly by airship. This is one of her first times actually on an ocean-going vessel, and so she's like, "Wow." So So when she gets where she's going, she'll kind of fill you in what's going on.
Okay.
Anything else en route as you're kind of heading over to Port Oris? All right. So as I said, it takes roughly a week, maybe a little longer, to get over to Port Oris there. By the time you're there, Lucas, you've kind of done with your things there, so you can meet them in Port Oris and kind of all meet up there again, if that's what you want. But the timing is roughly around there. So getting back to the big city, there's a number of things that can be done here as well. And with this, you had mentioned wanting to set up a specific meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
I would very much like to do that.
Okay. Not a problem. Obviously, discussing things, having some items kind of made or set up there by Nils. He's definitely available. And also with discussions potentially with Janan and some other folks there. But Lucas, I said, as you have the most mobility of anyone here, so are you going to be popping back and forth there, or just taking the time down in Ilkru and then making your way to Port Oris?
He'll pop back after about a week in Ilkru.
Okay. All right. So roughly, you're all sort of in Port Oris around the same time here. The crew is kind of putting in to kind of like put down for a little bit there. They dock. They actually dock at the main central dock, rather than going up to the shipyards as they did in the past. They'll put it at the actual dock there. So it's actually right around here in the central, where they actually have like the big tower where multiple airships can dock without actually having to land anywhere. So they kind of just put up the side there and it clamped into place. And so they'll kind of go from one of theirs.
Does Lucas want me to take a message to Alindra, by the way, while we're in Taurus?
Can't he just teleport?
Yeah, I think he's actually going to be there.
Yeah.
Oh, are you going to Port Taurus first?
No, but it takes you a week to get there. I'll be a week in Ilkru, and then I'll just port straight to Port Oris.
Okay.
So roughly, you're all there around the same time. So within a day or two of each other. But the ship puts in. They plan to do some reprovisioning, just do some minor maintenance and such, just to kind of make sure that the last leg of their trip there goes smoothly. So you're welcome to travel around the city and do what you want to do. I know, Sora, you wanted to make some deliveries of some wealth and such.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Big wealth. Lots and lots and lots of wealth.
Yeah.
Well, some of it was in Drakoll, some of it is here in Port Oris, and some of it I sent you the list.
Yes, he did. Yeah. So
that was before you knew about the orphanages, though.
Yeah. So,
nope, still hasn't changed.
Yep. So yeah. So essentially, before you left some money behind to fund some various things like that.
And then there was the important one.
Which one was that? I wasn't sure. I'm not sure. I know.
The building. If it didn't post it, I'll post it to you later.
Nope, I see it. Yep. Yes.
You're buying a house too.
Kind of. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So that will be done. Absolutely. Simply got enough money behind to do that. Yeah, that will be in progress. Essentially, there's no rush on it, obviously, but they are going to be there. It will be done. Here in town, we'll go ahead and kind of run around. Who wants to jump in first on what they want to do here?
You pick somebody and then go in and choose the direction.
Okay. Grim, you haven't done anything yet. We'll jump to you. So, we'll go ahead and so the double tanker there. Check in with Iron Heart Mabel.
Okay. I'm going to go there first. Yep.
Cool. All right. Not much has changed here. Typical. We'll say it's kind of late afternoon, sort of early evening. It's kind of that after lunch, before dinner kind of thing. So it's not super crowded. You're able to kind of get in there without much noise, without a ton of people being in there. So you're able to kind of you'll easily be able to sit down and discuss things with Mabel and Ironheart, and Perrin, who's there. All three of them are there. Look at you back, lad. It's nice to see you.
Where's my waitress at?
Oh, she's there.
Okay.
Sandy, right?
Yeah, I thought it was Sandy or Sarah, whatever you named her.
I think it was Sandy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's up there. Essentially, as you walk in, she'll go ahead and have two takers there for you, so you can double fist it. Pick them up there, head on over to the table. Gives you a big smile and a bit of a wink.
So there is a Mrs. Grimbar.
Nope.
Sora
no
will shove him in and then go over to the bar to order a thing of milk.
Yep. Future misses, yes. Maybe not.
No.
We don't know. So, Ironheart will definitely kind of motion you to take a seat there, and smiles at the tank ticket, just them down there. And Mabel as well. Kind of, why don't you let us know what's been going on here? And so, I assume you can expound as much as you want.
Yeah, I'll explain it to him. I need to borrow their vault.
Not a problem. We can set you up
in your vault, please.
We can definitely make the arrangements there. That's fine. And Mabel, so you have a bit to set aside, do you? Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well then,
I'll pull out. I'll give them a couple of the each scale, the smaller scales.
Sure. It's like kind of thinking back, like he's an awful look awful lot like what I've seen dragon scales described as. You've been killing dragons?
Oh. They flee from me in fear. No, but yeah,
we'll kind of roll our eyes at that there and kind of
yeah. And then I tell them the stories, and and tell them what happened about the void and what was going on with that, and what was going on in all of Drakoll about in the cop what was that the copper, the brass. Mm-hmm. The brass one starts with Koviak.
Koviak, that's a copper one, yeah.
So Koviak. Tell them what was going on in Koviak and what happened with all of that, and go into depth and the sadness about what happened to the Golden Dragon cities.
Yeah,
but
definitely a somber mood kind of there. They do raise a drink or two to kind of salute the loss and everything else. Mabel definitely will thank you for the information there, as she'll probably make some inquiries about trade.
You may have lost some friends over there because of that.
I hope not. I'll keep in mind there and see what we got. I'll check in with all of our interests and see what's going on with them, and make sure that everything's kind of in place, and we'll see what's happening. So, Ironar will sort of you got yourself quite a set of tales for you there, and a lot of wealth to deal with too. That's good.
Artists to prove it.
I'll let you know, though the situation up on the northern coast there should be dealt with. There was I would call them pirates, except they really don't fit the bill exactly. Let's see here. How did it say? Some military doing some raiding operations and taking ships and taking materials. I think
Ex-military, like they're trying to build their own fleet type thing.
seems to be they're trying to set up something or other. They definitely had some, well, some bad things going on. Let's just say.
And they prevail. Did they have their navy get involved at all or no?
Well, they did. It was a small strike group that dealt with they've kind of found where they were hiding out and went in there and took them down. There's a small group went in there, found their hideout there, and dealt with the primary leaders of it anyway. One moment here. Let me pull up the right. Where is it? Sorry, I'm finding the right information here because it's been too long since I actually dealt with these folks. Yeah, the guy was a member of the Rangers. Was the captain of the whole thing there, kind of leading the operation. Had a whole
Ranger,
bunch
really?
of yeah.
Didn't we kill the captain of the Rangers?
No, you did not. You never dealt with him.
I thought we killed him.
No, he is the one that where is his name? Oh my gosh, it's been too long. Sorry, I'm going to go back through some notes here because you guys haven't dealt with these guys in a long time. You actually never dealt with them directly, in fact. One sec here.
I let them, while you're talking, I just let them know about how, about the fights and about, what happened with the psychic thing and about what we heard about how the avatar, the guy, or the god or whatever, got his mind back or something like that. So tell them about Sora, how she got beat up, and how that was a sad day.
Sora's gonna throw a tankard at you.
She didn't get beat up.
I didn't want to say you died, so I just said you got beat up.
It's all right. All the other people who needed to know if I died or not have already been told by Amethyst. So just go ahead and tell it the right way.
Yep.
I let them know that, so
yep.
It was.
I mean,
it was
these
quite
things
the
happen.
Adventure.
These things happen. I mean, people fall in battle. It's when you have the resources and a bit of a wistful expression comes over their faces. When you have the resources to bring them back, that's not everyone has that.
No, we didn't have the resources.
Well,
somebody did it for her.
Well, we had the diamonds. I think that's the resource.
Or the ability for someone to actually be able to do it. Unfortunately, as you realize that,
I'm talking. I'll let them. I said she has close ties to a higher authority. I'll just leave it at that. So
yes, one of the holier than thou types, right? Of course, yeah.
Yes.
I'm standing right here, guys.
Of course you are. All right, don't worry about it. No, we had we lost we lost someone early on in our adventuring career that we couldn't bring back.
That sucks.
Yes, it was. I mean, we didn't have anyone with the ability to do it, and we weren't strong enough ourselves yet. And sometimes it's just not feasible. It can't be done sometimes.
We weren't able to bring Gaddy back either.
Yes, I know. It's kind of, and you take a slow drink at that. I mean, the fact that they've lost 3 of their member. but the one that took down Titus is gone. That would be Koresh, one that was leading this operation there to raid ships and take crew and slaves and such. He's been dealt with. He was the one leading this organization, dealing with, well, couldn't even really call them pirates because they were actually just taking everything and leaving no survivors behind. But we know that Koresh was the one that helped with taking Titus down.
Koresh is the one that hired the goblins, wasn't he? As well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he
was also partly responsible for Addy.
Well, in a roundabout way, yes, not directly. He wasn't there.
No, but he hired the goblins that took her down.
Well, Wraith took her down. It was the goblins helped. Yes. At that point he had nothing to do with that part of the operation. He was off doing his own things, which involved doing what was happening up here. Yeah, he's captured. He's being held somewhere in some military prison. We don't know where yet, but they got him locked up someplace.
Oh, we'll find him.
Yeah, he had a whole crew of people there with him. They were, what I understand, pretty nasty, but we'll just call them an adventurer type crew. Found their place, and they were out of the Enlightened Isles, of all places. A little cove out there, I guess.
What?
And, the Enlightened Isles.
I see.
I am not enlightened.
I shall be having a word with Kiva later.
So, yeah, they were out here on the Isles on the north side somewhere, and some like network of coves and caves and everything off the north side there, using it to kind of range out and hit ships and steal things.
Is like drinking his drink and watching like Amethyst's face just turn into this like going to yell at her.
I mean, I guess it was some sort of a cobbled together group of adventuring types there that went in there and took out the crew and captured Koresh and now they're out doing, I don't know where they all are. Last I heard they were on a ship heading south to go deal some things there. Hey.
That's where Kiva's going then. Okay.
Yeah, they're probably headed to, I mean, the largest naval port there. I mean, largest naval station or anything else there. Probably taking them there, I would assume. Shorehaven.
Shorehaven. Okay.
Isn't
We're
that
going to
like
change
right
it
down
to
the coast?
Shorehaven soon.
Yeah. So effectively, yes. Just to kind of put it all together here.
Over there.
Some group of adventurers found Koresh's Cove up here, took him out, and now they're essentially delivering him down to Shorehaven down here, where the largest Girvon naval bases are. Pretty much all. A prison, yes. Yeah, definitely a prison there. So essentially it's well, there are ships stationed everywhere. Shorehaven boasts the largest Girvon Navy base as well.
They do that. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So with that though, yeah, I guess so there haven't been any more shipments lost up there, so they seem to be the ones perpetrating it. They may have had some allies, but without their funding, without their leadership, they've all kind of dried up. So hopefully that means that we don't have anything else to worry about.
Okay, that's good. What about this? How's things going with the negotiations with the storm giants?
oh, we're not. Mabel kind of like, we got kind of edged out on a lot of that right now, but we can still try to work out some deals there.
How'd you get edged out?
There's other larger families out there that have more direct mining issues and everything else. That we don't. I mean, we're not a mining family for the most part.
They owe me though.
Right, but you're not directly part of the family. You do work with us below board kind of thing. So we don't. While we are able to get in there and get some things, there's other groups that are taking more of a lead in this now. So, but we're gonna still pursue our own interests there. Absolutely. Amber Brow family is more of a brewing and some mining right here and there, but they're definitely not the largest families when it comes to mining and.
Oh, I didn't think so, but Mabel has friends and partnerships with other mining families, correct?
She's not completely edged out there, but other families that are larger and that have more
underbidder or whatever, or overbidder or whatever.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. Like I said, she's not completely out of the situation, but she's able to. She wasn't able to take the lead in it, unfortunately. But it's fine. She says she still has some angles that she can work with, so she'll do so. I mean, we have some direct contact with Kubriak and Stanlord now, so we'll be able to kind of work out some deals that way. So
yeah, I let her know. I said I have quite the standing with the queens. I said so that we might be able to use that. I don't want to over push it. I don't want to overuse it, but we might be able to use that if necessary.
Well, in that case, we might have to make you more of an official member of the group of the family here if you're going to be trying to act as an emissary in that regard.
So is buying alcohol for the whole bar and
I see that there.
Just going to drink alcohol.
I've been told I grew up now.
Okay. So with that, there's definitely an air of celebration. I mean, it's not super crowded right now. It's before the dinner rush. So
if there's not a lot of people in there, yeah, I'll buy.
No, too late. Sora's already got.
I already did it.
Oh,
Sora's already kind of beat you to it there. As you were talking, Sora went ahead and took care of that. So
okay. I'm being cheap. If there's not a lot of people in there,
yeah. So there's definitely an uptick at least in the air of celebration in the room. But like I said, it's not like that's super crowded or anything else. So, but yeah, definitely have all of that settled in. Koresh, is being transported somewhere. You assume to Shorehaven. So there's that. Anything else from these guys? I don't think that's. We'll kind of shift gears a little bit there as the air of celebration and everything else is happening. Kind of an evening. The time will kind of bleed into the early evening as more people arrive and the celebrations tick up and kind of move things there. This is your second time in Port Horace at this point. So
yes,
again, the number of people and the size of the buildings, you're just like, this is wild to you.
This is nuts. And also there's manic.
At this point, you're seeing people on flying devices of all different kinds. They're whizzing by overhead as you see there are balconies that stretch across the street, so people are kind of walking back and forth on. And again, it's just this vertical city. It's like you see the sky up there someplace on some of these streets.
It's just nuts. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of total culture shock, for sure.
Yep. Okay, so we have.
Y'all need to stop.
So, I'm going to let you guys take over for a little bit here.
She's going, how do I drink this? And I'm like, you pour it in your face. Dude, pretend it's milk. I mean, what the hell? How do I drink it? The same way you drink everything else, you maniac.
Over the teeth and through the gums.
Look out, stomach!
Look out,
Here it
stomach,
comes.
Here it comes.
Here it comes. It should become. You'd be thinking about when it comes up.
The problem, however, is that Sora is a paladin and has a really high con and bonus to saves. So Sora getting drunk is an almost impossibility.
Mhm.
At least getting hammered. Sora will be able to outdrink almost everyone in this bar just because of who and what she is.
Mhm.
So
And then I won't even have a hangover in the morning.
well, yeah, because you just go ahead and lay on hands and cleanse it all immediately. So
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Sora only gets as drunk as Sora wants to get, which is probably not very much.
No. Well, I don't know.
By the way, my con is higher than Sora's.
I did die twice.
Yeah, like Buffy.
I might have another one.
Let's see, one sec here.
Buffy died twice.
Talk amongst
What do you think
yourselves
about
for a
it?
moment. As I
I'll drink another one.
Okay.
I'll get more.
I think you should definitely have a few doubles.
Wait.
I'll get Sally to give her something really, really, really strong.
That's what I
Some
was
of the
thinking.
strongest dwarven stuff out there without her knowing.
Isn't there like Dragon's Brew or whatever it was the last time we were here, and I turned it into a floaty airplane?
That was Portoros.
Yeah,
There was an Okaroon.
Oh,
Dragon's
that was in the
Okaroon. I'm sure they've got something similar here. Some sort of dragon breath, something or other. Some fireball. I don't know. There's something, I'm sure.
Let's see how
I
drunk
like
Sora
the
can
table, what
get.
they've got. Well, they've got that, like.
Let's see how drunk I can get.
Yeah, I'll drink you under the table.
Let's go.
My con's higher than yours.
Oh, see now you have challenged me. Challenge accepted, dear.
Yeah, I bet you get drunk before I do.
I bet that's a possibility, but I bet I don't have a hangover in the morning.
Well, it's all right.
Stop eating my hair.
I'll sleep it off. I've never had a hangover in real life, and I've had some wild nights, let me tell you.
Who's ever there at the bar? Give me a perception check.
All of us?
Who's ever at the bar? Who's ever at the table at the bar nearby and everything else? So. Okay, let me just make a roll on my end to see.
We all know how Sora's perception checks work out.
Pretty well, yeah.
Hold on, let me go perception.
You don't need to, Grim. Don't worry, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So who's ever there? Ask one. Ask. And no one else sees this because. Ask. You will spot at one point, like a sheaf of like paper or something like that. Ironhar, very slyly slides it over to Grim. Yeah, nobody else spots that, so only you. It's like you're not sure what it's all about exactly but yes,
I'll take note of it and then continue drinking as we are trying to make Sora throw up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, not a problem. So yes, you'll be able
Take note of
to.
it. Okay.
Yeah. So with that, yeah, Sora again. I need everyone but Sora to give me a Constitution saving throw if you're trying to help Sora get drunk. If you're trying to match drinks with Sora, I should say.
I am immune to poison.
Okay, then you're fine. You can't get drunk. Sure,
I can't get drunk. Yeah, he's just drinking because it's funny.
So anyone who's attempting to drink Sora under the table, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, under the table? No,
and Sora, give me. It's fine there. Sora, go ahead and give me a con save to see how well you do.
Oh, see now the pressure's on. Okay.
Yep.
Because I get
natural one.
Natural.
All it is you because
Nope. I got.
Sora still manages to
31, 32. I got a 32.
Yep. You +4, don't you? Not +5, right?
Did I add wrong? Sorry, I'm drunk.
31,
I don't know what I'm adding.
It's fine. You're not
31.
drunk, in fact. So 31. So, so
Getting
you
me.
all do well. Nobody, even weirdly enough, Grim, you kind of had the worst of it. Oddly enough, I mean, you're still
You call
okay,
yourself a dwarf.
but yeah, but both Amethyst and Amethyst just pounds matches for drinks there, manages to seem to hold their own better than you do, in fact. And Sora, you never really even feel it. A little bit, you kind of, yeah. But
Yeah.
and Esk, of course, just keeps drinking like it's water, pretty much.
Wow.
The people at the bar are alarmed at how many tankards are arranged on the table there in front of you, and they just kind of like keep taking them away and bringing more back.
As I say, I was starting to do the beard or the beer pyramid
Yep.
thing.
Yeah.
How much gold is this gonna cost us, by the way? Because
I
bought
mean,
the round for the house, and now we're
We're
drinking.
okay. I think we're okay.
seriously,
Yes,
Yeah.
but I want to keep track.
Don't worry,
We've
Raymond,
got-
we're
you
okay.
literally. I'm going to point out, you literally can't keep track right now because I've never given you an amount that you have.
You did it. You did it.
And I'm not
Yeah.
going to, in fact.
Okay, never mind.
Like, you have gold.
We do.
So essentially,
we've reached
you
the
have
point
to
where
get changed
kind of-
one scale to pay for this. So,
Right.
Okay.
we have a gargantuan
Yeah.
size
Well,
dragon.
remember, I've
yeah,
already
I know
given out most of mine, but yes.
Yeah, you still have a lot here. So, I mean, 100 gold might be the bill, which is ridiculous,
Mm-mm.
but each scale is worth probably triple that.
Okay.
So, you literally, you could,
Hey.
yeah, you literally couldn't. They couldn't. You could buy every drink in this entire place and still have
Change.
and go through a scale maybe.
Thousands of
Yeah.
scales.
Guys, don't forget, I gotta go over to the Temple of Light before I go to sleep.
All right. I'll
Okay.
go with you.
So at some point, the merriment kind of dies down. Or actually, it starts to pick up, but yours kind of dies down initially there as the rest of the place picks up, and you're able to go off and do some there. Sora, obviously, the temple is what it always is: peaceful and calm. There are people coming and going a little bit here and there as they're there. However, you don't need to roll perception or anything else. That as you do approach there is a little more of a presence here than you felt before. Stronger. Not just the light in general, but a more present feeling of Bahamut.
Oh, nice.
Not quite as equal as Foltis and Palor, as in terms of like, I mean, obviously it's a temple primarily dedicated to them. There's also a shrine there to Bahamut,
Right.
but there's definitely a stronger presence here now than you felt in the past. Not so much that you're hearing voice specifically, but you're definitely feeling the presence there. And when that's something you feel more on yourself there, it's definitely stronger here as well. So, what is it you would like to speak to anyone there, or just make a delivery, or what's the plan here?
It's just a delivery of gold donation.
Okay.
In not my name. I'm probably gonna do it in the name of the party.
Okay.
For all their
They-
help and guidance that they gave us. Why what?
Why? What did they
What?
give us? What guidance did we get from them?
I'm pretty sure I spent a lot of days inside this temple.
You did. The rest of us didn't.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be for me.
It should be from you.
No, it's from all of us.
Whatever. I'm outside.
Not your money.
Yeah. You've never stepped foot in this place, Emma. What are you talking about?
No, I stand outside. I do the send the message telepathically so that she can send one back if she needs me, and I'll just wait
Sure.
outside patiently.
Mhm. Remember, this is also the place where they were keeping all the magic-y items underneath.
Yeah.
The vault of light is below.
Yep.
And while the priests and acolytes inside the temple don't have they don't deal with that directly. They will tell you that Father Borthus is retiring, only because he's felt the failures that have happened on his watch, and while the priest here that tells you, like, we understand it is not, you're not assigning blame to him exactly. If things are out of his control, he has felt this personally, and he will be passing on the mantle to someone else that can take watch with the knowledge that he can impart on them. He feels
Whoa. You tell him that Sora said it's not his fault, and thank you, because he coached me through a lot of tough times.
He's we are aware of the situations he's dealt with, and he's quite old, so he will he will he will pass on his knowledge, and will have with a little bit more modern knowledge, and keeping in mind with the things we've had to deal with recently. We're recruiting some people that can take a different tact on security and such.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so this will be very helpful, of course. We will use some of the funds to help with our outreach programs and to enhance security for there as well, to a degree. But we want to make sure that all the programs that we deal with in the city are funded to their fullest account.
Good.
So this will
Appreciate it.
Yes. And with that, is there anything else you want to specifically with them or ask of them or anything else?
Nope, that was it. Unless they had anything for me.
You may wish to no, you may wish to commune, of course. Spend some time. He kind of nods over to the alcove where the Bahamut shrine specifically is. We have noticed a stronger presence as well. Since there have been, we don't know. We don't know exactly what's happened out in the world, but there's definitely changes going on. And so there may be insight available.
I will take her advice and go over and commune.
Sure.
Her?
And him.
Yeah, his advice.
Yeah. With that, you'll be able to see, spending some time there, go give me a religion check.
Ooh,
okay.
23.
Nice. Yes. You will essentially get an image of, there's definitely a sense of growing strength. Bahamut is growing in strength.
That's good.
And essentially, you with a 23, the insight you receive there is there's the fact that Bahamut has an avatar in the works, you could call it, who was growing in knowledge and as the time you spent there, you saw again that the child was developing quickly and speaking and moving around more. So while the child was not an avatar, but was growing in knowledge and strength and everything else, the fact that he has a silver dragon to tutor him and teach him, but also the fact that you get the impression that removing the grasping void has strengthened even Bahamut's presence within the world. Like it was sort of holding him back in a way.
Right, okay.
And that there's almost a balance that wasn't there before. Things were sort of off and fluctuating, and now things have been stabilizing to a degree. But with the 23 as well, the strengthening is not only because the stain was removed, the corruption was removed. There's also a feeling of necessity behind it. Because while Bahamut grows in strength, his counterpart will as well.
So I can delete that because I was just about to ask you that question too. Okay.
Yep. You can't sense that presence there. It's more just along with that level. It's because not only because it can, but because this presence needs to grow stronger.
Yep. Okay.
And again, there's no feeling of that, especially in this place. But the need is present.
Well, that is good. At least balance is there. That's all that matters.
Anything else?
Nope, that is everything. I'll go outside and meet up with Amethyst.
Okay.
Ready for bed? I'm ready for bed.
Lucas, Alindra is very happy to see you, of course, and the fact that you've checked in a number of times.
Yeah.
The eye roll from Amethyst.
She was drinking, Jim. That's not fair.
I know. You deserve it. We know where you're headed next year. You don't need to get eye rolls about anyone else's significant other.
Whatever.
So, so she's definitely. I want to hear. You've obviously spent a little time kind of letting her know, but I mean, it's different between sendings and whatever to actually speak about it. So, while she's happy to see you as well, she wants to hear as much information as you're willing to impart from what you've seen, and you kind of tell her as much as you feel the necessity to.
Yeah, there's no big secrets, is there really? So yeah, I'll tell her.
Okay. She is sorry to hear about Satara being gone, at least, and hopefully she'll at some point be able to return. But she's certain that if she's dealing with family and everything else, it's always a tricky thing to return from. Essentially, she has responsibilities to deal with. But she will let you know that her and to a degree, but Janan especially, Professor Martinet, are telling them that they've been trying to scry and look into things. As she's mentioned in the past, there's been this like feeling of something out there. And while the grasping void was something, there's something beyond that, and that the rifts that are opening up are evidence that something else is going on, something is out there, and they've been trying to kind of focus on that, trying to do scrying where they can, or try to figure out what's going on, or trying to find ways of tracking these rifts, or ways of maybe predicting them. And so far, very limited success. They've been able to kind of scry on areas where rifts have opened up to see sort of the effects of them, but being able to predict anything has been almost impossible. So that. So any questions around that specifically? Any specific things to ask, or?
No, just like asking about the rifts. Do they know anything about the giants? We believe that it's a coin down there, but
Yeah, they don't really know much. I mean, just the general thing like that. There have been more recruiting for the army. Some of the students even from here have actually been some of the graduates or older students there of age have joined up to go and do more on the southern front. They're just to kind of deal with the situation. It's while the Lyceum is not directly run by or controlled or allied with the military, being one of the primary places to learn magic, a lot of military folks will come here to learn, and then go back to do more of their job. So, I'll call it a training program for military mages. There's a kind of division for that. Most of the College of Evocation ends up getting recruited by the military at some point to do some service in exchange for free tuition and things like that. If they sign a contract, the thing in there called the GI Bill, which in America is a very similar kind of thing. So yeah, obviously, talk turns to time alone and everything else. So yeah, with that, you all know that Serenity's planning to leave in the morning. They were just going to reprovision for the day, so you guys can stay here for the evening. There, you can go back to the ship and sleep there if you want to sleep there, whatever you want to do. But the ship is intending to move on. So with that, I guess who is staying in Port Oris and who's going on to Raven's Crest?
I'm going to Raven's Crest.
Raven's Crest. Okay. You're staying, okay?
I'm going to Raven's Crest.
Yeah.
I'm staying.
Okay, you're staying. And how about ask? You gonna go on Raven's Crest or stay here?
Yeah, he would go. Well, actually, I don't know. He might stay here another couple of days and then meet up in Raven's Crest.
Are you getting to Raven's Crest?
I mean,
it's like 5 days on foot or something like that.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah. So I would stay here another couple of days, just exploring. Yeah. I mean, this is so fun, so new. I'm all for new experiences. Like this is awesome.
You can find some arrangement for travel as well. I mean, one thing that all of you will find is that there actually seems to be this time of year, especially it's the middle of summer, pretty much. So there actually is trade caravans and such moving back and forth along the road between here and Raven's Crest. It would not be hard to find someone traveling in the same direction as you and hitch a ride or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
Or I could just teleport him straight there.
Yeah. If you're all in contact there, you can just Lucas can get popular in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I think he would do the trip on foot. That sounds fun. Right?
Okay.
I'll let everybody know that I bought a piece of property and I'm going to go take a look at it and get it set up.
Okay.
You bought it before you looked at it?
Say again?
You bought it before you looked at it?
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck with that.
So let me ask you this. Did you buy a house or just property?
Well, A house.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yep.
So then, yeah. So that announcement there. So as you can, as you guys kind of settle in for the night there, figure what's going to go on the next day. We kind of split up there and head different directions. Thor and Amethyst having a long bedtime conversation.
Mhm.
So those of you out there watching can read it in the chat there if you want to follow along a bit. It's been going on for a while now.
It has been.
Yes.
In the
Where-
Roll20 chat, where it always is.
Yes.
Does Amethyst have a meeting with?
I'm not really. I'm not able to arrange a meeting. I'm just going to sort of turn up there and see if she'll see me, or see if there's a time when I can come back and speak to her.
You're not taking me with you, are you?
No.
Okay.
I'll go.
So
You
we'll
don't
cut
want
from the. So Amethyst, since
no.
you're the one planning to go there, you can bring whoever you want, or just go by yourself.
I'm not even going to tell anybody. I mentioned it to Lucas that I was planning on going, just in case I know I don't. If I disappear, they'll know where I am. But yeah, I was just intending on going alone.
So you want to do that
You
in the
don't
morning?
tell. You don't tell Thora where she's at. Thora, you need to tell her
I'm
entire
definitely not
family that
telling
she
Sora.
disappeared on you, and that
No.
she doesn't have any respect for.
No, I'm thinking.
I seem to
thinking
remember
she
the
was
last time
smart.
me and Graham did something like this. We got like an earful of it for like a month.
Exactly.
Hoping she tells me, she doesn't tell me, and then I go to bed and go to sleep, and she goes off and does the thing and comes back before I wake up.
Well, I can't go there in the middle of the night because that's
Yeah,
very
it's like a
disrespectful.
Why
week
not?
away.
Not the queen.
Well,
No,
the
she's
new Dutch,
Oh,
the
the
new
queen.
Duchess is a young
Okay.
lady,
not
so
just
she's
just
probably up
there
all
in
night partying.
Taurus.
So if you want to go, so the crew is they're not taking off like at first light in the morning. You can go in the morning before the crew takes off, and essentially if you guys need to, if you need them to wait there, they'll wait for you. They'll wait for you a little bit. So in the morning, do you want to head over there?
Yes, please.
Okay. You are admitted almost immediately.
Okay, cool.
Of course you are.
Wow.
So you are essentially escorted into the throne room, and I won't pull it up because you don't want to look at that horrible tile floor. So.
The unsymmetrical floor.
So the Duchess is there. She is there. And she is with your passive perceptions and your passive insight and everything else that are high up there. She looks weak.
Yeah.
And you will, as you approach the throne there, she's. It's good to have you back. I have heard a bit of rumors about where you've been and what you've been doing, and well, it's all for the best, I'm sure. And coughs a bunch, and
You were this year.
it's good to see you. What is the purpose for your visit?
Well, partly to fill you in on what's happened, and partly to ask you if you know anything about these rifts that are opening.
What has been happening, of course, stain has been lifted from the world, I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
And it's had a bit of an effect. Connection has, and she's like, it's weird because she starts to cough and kind of stags a bit, and while she's still sort of like looking weak, the problem is that the connection has faltered slightly, and well, you can imagine what that has, an effect that would have on someone who's well over a century old.
Mm-hmm.
So, we have not a lot of time as arrangements. Well, I can help. We are not going to be connected for long.
Right.
And the Duchess looks up at you again there, her eyes sort of like clouded over slightly, and
Well, I do have, uh, when you are able to, a bit of a request. You see, Dahlia is coming along well in her studies, and whether she chooses the coin and the connection and the power or not is still completely up to her. But if she's going to take my place, she must be legitimized by my nephew, the king.
Mm-hmm.
I can only make those arrangements so much from this end. She must go and speak with the king herself. I would do so, but I don't think I have that much time. So,
I'm very sorry to hear that.
I have made every arrangement I can to ensure there was a seamless transition, and I'm not going to go away just yet, but I don't know how long I have. So, I know that you and your associates have a way of traveling quickly, and
Mm-hmm.
if you can, bring Delia to Dravier to meet with her, well, adopted uncle, let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
Cousin, sorry.
Cousin?
be
Strange.
well, the Duchess's nephew is the king, so the Duchess's daughter would be cousin to the king.
Right. Okay.
How
So
it
is she
works.
adopted her now?
That use, and essentially it's what she's kind of put in place.
Mhm.
And so, based on what she's saying, you assume that's what's going on here. In order for her to be named her heir, she has to be made legitimate.
Okay.
So that is the plan, at least. So, and she sort of like trails off a bit there, and the voice shifts again, and
the young one will be able to choose, of course, whether she wants knowledge, power, or both. Or neither, really. It's all up to her. There's an arrangement that she can enter into at her will.
So what happens if she chooses not to?
Then she will be on her own, and she will have to fend for herself.
Okay.
I cannot help someone who does not make a connection.
I
So-
can't help wondering then what would happen with the coin, because in the wrong people's hands, that would be a very dangerous tool.
It doesn't mean my coin will go off to whoever it wishes. I have no need to split off to someone else and cause problems in the domain that I've worked so hard to put in place. I
Okay.
still care for this realm that I helped to build, so I will not see it falter just because my assistance is not required.
Was Delia
may-
giving you any indication whether she wants to take the coin or not?
That is between me and her.
Okay.
But it is a matter of her choice. It has to be, as in all things.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that.
While you are, I know that while the connection between us has faltered, I don't know the connections between the others have done so. This problem in the south is going to be an issue for the king.
Mm-hmm.
If you can do something about that, it will help the entire nation greatly. These rifts that are happening have happened before. I am old, but not quite as old as the time this happened originally.
The cataclysm?
That is what is referred to as, yes.
Do you think
They
that's
are.
what's happening again?
It is similar in some ways from what I have been able to tell. Unfortunately, I have no connections to my people that do know more. Those in the Feywild who have more direct experience with this might be able to provide more, but I was not among those that did.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have a feeling it is something similar, a destabilization, a swelling of power, of growing might or intent that could bring about something similar, if not quite as strong as the original cataclysm. It is something similar, yes. I can't say exactly what, who, or how it is happening, but there seems to be some form of intent behind it. It is not a natural phenomenon of the world.
Do you think the Dark King is involved?
No.
It's not just Fae, is it? It's undead as well.
Yes. Well, it is a matter of breaking down the barriers between the planes themselves, weakening them, causing holes to appear. Some, as if taking a cloth and poking holes with pins. Some get torn into larger ones, and some are healed over, and we have something blocking the camera there. It's funny.
It's another cat.
What's blocking your camera, Robert?
It's another cat.
It's
I
not.
assume.
It's
Weird.
Oh,
something over the top of it.
yeah.
Okay.
Camera's just gone dark. Weird.
There we go.
Wait. Anyway.
It's a fly.
The fly.
fly.
Oh, weird.
The animals today, let me tell you.
Right.
Strange. And so,
So, when you are able to,
and the Duchess sort of,
I will make arrangements for Delia to travel with you or be transported by your group.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could deal with the things that are threatening the nation
We will
that
certainly
my
try.
grandmother helped to build, I would appreciate it very much.
We will certainly try. I know that the other coin. There is another coin down there, a chain devil.
Yes,
So
I don't know that it's directly involved, but it's definitely making the problem worse.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that could be eliminated. That will definitely help the forces down there.
Mhm.
We cannot. We don't have the forces here involved to send down there to reinforce
No.
the efforts, but we will continue to do what we can. And was there anything else you wish to impart?
I don't think there's anything else right now that I can think of.
Do you see the hunter? Is he in
you do
It's
not
not in here.
see, the hunter hereby, but she's here alone, as far as you
Yeah.
can tell.
He's probably taking care of Delia, isn't he? He's probably a bodyguard or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that way in the past, he's been sort of acting
That's
as
what
their buddy.
when we've seen her, we've seen him with her. So, well, at a distance. Is there anything you want to ask me?
I don't think there's anything I need to specifically find out from you.
Doesn't she know all, see all anyways? What difference does it make?
No. Whatever you did to lift this darkness that was in the east,
Hmm.
While it is necessary, I suspect it might hasten the changes that are being brought about.
Right. That's what I was worried about.
It is necessary, of course, but other forces like to fill in the vacuum, of course. Or things that were maybe being held back are being allowed more access of some kind. Don't know.
It was a void of some kind from
Ethereal.
Astral space, yes,
Yeah.
I'm sure of it.
that had infected lots and lots of creatures, including a giant dragon, which we managed to take down.
2 of them.
Yeah, a couple of them actually. Hmm.
This is good. Well, maybe then we'll see more dragons in the world. Wouldn't that be fascinating?
Yeah, that would be good fun to see a dragon or two.
It's been so long. I only seen a few of them in my younger days. Those that like to spend time in the Feywild. Centuries, though. I find with this happening and all of the changes being brought about,
And the Duchess is sort of like her eyes are closed, and the voice coming is directly the hags, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
if the child chooses not to take up the coin and my connection and my assistance, the last thing I would ask of you would be to send me back. I feel it's time I could actually do more in my homeland if I am no longer needed here.
Okay. I could do that. Well, I say we could do that. And obviously the whole teleportation thing, I'd have to speak to Mr. Lucas because he's the one who was able to do that. But one way or another, I will make sure she gets to see the king.
Excellent. So we have a deal then.
Yeah, we have a deal.
Good.
The proper deal.
And you feel sort of a shift a little bit in energies as you've made a deal with a hag.
Yeah, I know. But I have every intention of doing what she's asked because I think that is for the best. I don't want anybody else getting their hands on her coin. I certainly don't want to. Sorrel would never talk to me again.
If you don't do it, you get the coin. She gets you unwillingly. You don't break a deal with a hag.
Yeah, but if she's willing, the same as the succubus was willing to go back, it made it very easy to banish her and send her back to her own plane, without any kind of resistance or any fight or anything. So, it's easy enough to achieve. And as for getting Delia there, even if I have to take the airship or something, I'll still do it.
Yep.
So,
all right. Well, with that, she will sort of, the Duchess will sort of weakly, wave.
Oh, one more question for her, sorry.
Of course, yeah.
Without you being here, is your hunter still trustworthy enough to look after Delia?
I believe so. He is very much a mercenary, and he would strike a deal with her specifically. His deal currently is with me. So
Okay.
I will inform her to transfer that deal upon my demise so that he would serve her instead directly.
You trust that he will do that?
That is the only thing I trust of him, is that if he makes a deal, he will continue to do so. It is all he has.
Okay. Do I know this person?
I don't believe so.
I've not met him.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
All right.
And she will, at this point, sort of cough a number of times there, and thank you for coming and speaking with her. It will definitely ease her mind greatly if succession is aided by you.
Thank you for seeing me at such short notice. I would have
I
sent the
find-
sending beforehand, but obviously that wouldn't have worked. So
I find that when I can do what needs to be done, the time or anything else is not necessarily an issue. Good day, Amethyst, and safe travels. We will see you again soon, I'm sure.
and safe travels to you too if you decide that's where you're going.
I will hold on as long as it's possible for and ensure things go well.
Mhm.
And for the first time, you kind of like you have a trouble telling which voice is which there.
Yeah, that sound quite hag-like.
Yep. So, she will kind of wave you on your way essentially, and
Mhm.
you can meet back up at the ship.
Yep.
Me and
So,
Grim are gonna go spend a whole bunch of money on some super fine alcohol slash
oh yeah,
smoking pipes.
You
oh
are.
yeah,
You on the alcohol, yeah. You're buying the alcohol. You want me to show you
Yeah.
the stuff? I'm gonna make you buy the alcohol, but yeah, I'm looking for a good pipe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
real good pipe. Like,
you will find amazing ones depending on whatever kind you want there. There'll be a shop that caters to a very high end clientele, kind of like one of those like really kind of like high upper class cigar bar kind of like that. They have the pipes and cigars and everything else very similar to that. Not hard.
I hope you don't have to get dressed up for these kind of things because I'm not getting dressed up for that.
No, you don't. All that matters is you have money.
Yeah.
Which of course you do. And with that, we will go ahead and take ourselves a break here. Be back here in a little bit as we kind of get into the next plans for what's happening and where you're going. So we'll be back soon. See you soon, guys, folks.
Mhm.
And we're back. So we are here. It is the morning. The airship is going to be departing in Port Oris to head over to Raven's Crest. There, Thor and Amethyst are planning to be on board, where the rest of the party is staying behind in Port Oris to deal with their own things. And so we will go ahead and, as I'm sure the ones staying here in town are sleeping in.
You're not going to come and wave us off and say bye.
I mean, it all depends on what you guys want to do. As I said, the ship is not leaving until a little later in the morning. They're not leaving at first light or anything else. That so, yes, you guys can all meet up before you're heading off. Whoever wants to do there and kind of see the ship off. But we'll kind of any last minute things that you two want to do in Port Oris before we go, or things that you want to do before they leave, discuss or talk over. So go right ahead.
I want to go and see Mrs. Nils before we leave.
Okay.
Possibly even Alindra. But Mrs. Nils for now.
Okay.
Sorry.
If you want to arrange it, then Janan can actually come to the Mystic Menagerie, just to kind of two birds, one stone kind of thing. Okay. It's not hard to make that arrangement there. In fact, we'll just go ahead and make it a big old party there, and we'll have Nils be there as well. So, Nils, Janan, Alindra, all at Mystic Menagerie, along with Danlin, of course, who's still working there.
Oh, family reunion.
And whoever wants, it's first time you guys have seen all three of them together at one place. So,
crazy.
So, we'll go ahead. Whoever wants to be there at the Mystic Menagerie, we'll go ahead and get that started up here. We'll say it's probably about, like I said, the airship is going to leave probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning there. So we'll call this about 10 o'clock, so an hour before you're planning to take off. So who is there currently then of the group? I know we have probably Amethyst and Sora.
Yeah, I'd go.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be there. Yeah.
Okay, Lucas there. And Grim, you can be there too?
We'll all go, yeah.
Okay. So the whole group there. All right. So the menagerie, it's one thing you'll notice is that it is completely picked over of magic items. There's almost nothing there. Anything that's there is very minor stuff there. There's nothing really useful. It's all sort of like minor stuff there. And commenting on it, Lindra was like, as you know, a lot of students are, some of our more martially inclined students have been making their purchases and heading down south for the war efforts. Issues it there. So And just like, and Janan just looked like, yeah, we had a big chunk of the evocation college essentially. They're all heading down there to take part in the war there, and a nice big bonus in terms of what they're able to make, and having some of their tuition fees waived while they go and spend some time fighting giants, I guess. Is the plan, at least, acting as a line of defense and keeping them from crossing over into the borders or threatening any of the more threaten the villages and such down there. And Nils, and I've had my hands busy with a number of as a sort of precautionary measure, and for dealing with things coming out of these damn rifts, I've been crafting spell plates for banishment. Easy to send things that come through back where they came from if they have something that led them to do so. So I've crafted about a dozen of these things so far, and made them available to the military for use in that aspect there of fighting off extraplanar incursions.
We might actually need one of those at some point.
Yeah, well, that would be I should have one available for you there. Who's going to be in town for a bit?
That's going to be me. I will be in town for a couple of days.
Oh, there you go. Ask
I'll get one available for you. Yeah, essentially.
I actually do have another couple of projects I would like you to look at.
All right, then. I can definitely take care of some things for you here. Just come on over to the shop when we're done here, and I'll get things rolling for you and take care of it. It's been a rather busy time, so I can definitely work you in, though. We've got quite a bit of issues there. If you do have anything you want to have upgraded in terms of number of charges, I can arrange that, as I have been making good use of the crystals you've provided. And
that reminds me, I've got some more for you in my bag.
Okay, I'll take care of it there.
So do I. Yeah.
Okay.
Not as
So
many as he does, though.
Yeah, so essentially he can increase the number of charges. Remember, the number of charges it has, essentially the spell level of the spell effect takes the number of charges it has. So if it has 6 charges and it's a 3rd level spell, it'll take 3 charges each time you use it. Let's see one thing real quick here. I need to see what is the... Was it? You have... I'm trying to think. Somebody has an item that was on loan from him.
Was it the belt?
I think you... Maybe it was...
No, it was...
I'm supposed to give my belt back.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who that was. It was... Because it is a prototype, and I'm trying to remember which one it was here. I think maybe it was Lucas that has it. Sorry, I just need to see which item this was here.
You sure it wasn't the belt with Death Ward on it?
I think that may have been. Well, maybe it was that one. Because somebody got something with a 5th level spell on it, but
I got stuff of healing from the Crystal Dragon Ken before we went into that, so I guess I would have returned that.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's something they would need returned.
So I'll delete that.
Okay.
I did use it.
Oh, I remember. It was the Hat of Seeming. That's what he loaned you. It was the hat that you have there, Amethyst.
Oh yeah,
that was the loaner. Because the thing about that is that he is a prototype, because normally Manatech items can only go to 4th level. Seeming is a 5th level spell. So it is a one of a kind thing there. It's like if you need to keep it with you for a while, feel free. I don't have need of it right this moment here, but I do want it back at some point because it is a prototype that
Well-
I've been trying to work on here. So
You
it's
know
all
you
right.
can trust us. We'll give it you back when you want it.
Oh yeah.
obviously.
Right. It's just I need to kind of reverse engineer what I did to make more of them. So I took notes, but it's always good to have the actual thing here. So I have way too much on my plate right now to worry about research and development. So I'll just go ahead and continue on the projects I've got, and then get to that one down the road. I know Eldon and his cousin there, Nimbus. They've been working on some other prototypes themselves there, as Nimbus was trying to do something with a variable spell effect and more powerful minor versions of things there. Something about making more powerful cantrip versions of Manatech. Always useful things there, but it takes some time to put it all together, make it work. So yeah. Just little things that they've been bugging me for a lot of materials and everything else, and so I've been sending them materials quite a bit recently. So,
Well,
yeah.
we'll certainly take some crystals back for them as well.
Excellent. And any chance you might have some more of those?
Yeah, I did just say that.
Yeah, I got like 10 pounds of them.
Okay.
Well, since we've cleared all of the threat that's there now, you'd be free to pop in and out of there and go and get your own, or take people to go and get some for you. So we can get Lucas to go and take you there at some point so that you can.
That would be very appreciated. I mean, I could definitely work out some materials there. Although, is there any sort of deal worked out with the natives there in terms of setting up trade or anything else like that?
No, but that is something that we can definitely talk to them about. We literally just saved their asses, so
All right.
Cleared the whole threat there, including a couple of big dragons. So
it definitely helps in negotiations when you've got saving their asses on your resume. So all right, okay, keep that in mind. So I understand Lucas and Lindra mentioned some information thing that you've been finding out here regarding these rifts and things that are happening. We do know it effectively is a matter of unstable energy from the planes, outer planes, and so as there's surges of energy, they tend to poke holes in things. And there've been a number of sightings of creatures like fire elementals or earth elementals coming through rifts of the elemental planes. Occasionally some other larger things from more unsavory places, we'll just say, have popped up. However, and she kind of looks at Alindra and says, this one's been sort of a private one for me. I've been researching a couple of these myself. There are 2 rifts that did not go to the plains.
Oh yeah.
What came through was, in one case, a demon, but its origin was not the abyss. It was from somewhere else within the material plane. So the rifts are not.
I look at Amethyst and say the chain demon.
No, that we're aware of that one. That's a different situation. This was one of those rock demons had come through in a remote area. It was dispatched before it could do too many problems there. But the rift that it came through, my theory is that it came from the Nightmare Lands.
Great.
Now that's something that doesn't happen naturally. There's variations on arcane gate spells and such that that's something that has to be done intentionally. So I will also say that any of these rifts that have been discovered, there's still no method for specifically closing them. They kind of open and close on their own. No one's been able to work with them and force them closed or patch them or prevent them. So if there's anything you can come across or you experience or deal with in your travels or what you're doing here, it'd be really, really helpful to find out what you can discover of these things. And then we can pass that along to others in terms of whatever you come up with. So I know you get around a lot. And so if you deal with these things here, any information will be invaluable to the efforts on what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lot of talk that this is a second cataclysm, and I don't think it's that. I've been going back through every pre-cataclysm journal, pre and post writings about that time period, and they're kind of hard to find, but they kind of put two and two together and figure out what they're discussing here. And from what I can tell, this pinholing effect wasn't something that happened beforehand. There were surges of magic and unstable magic beforehand, but these opening of rifts didn't happen until afterwards.
Huh.
So I don't think we're looking at exactly the same thing, but it is worrisome because the pinholes and the rifts and everything else that happened is what happened after the cataclysm, after the damage was caused. So someone's exploiting something or whatever something is exploiting a weaknesses, let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of theories about what caused the cataclysm. And the most credible theories was that it was man-made. It wasn't the gods. It wasn't some natural thing. It happened because people made it happen. There was a war going on between all different factions of terrible, awful people and with good, normal, non-corrupted people. These people made it happen. The cataclysm was a result of a war, not an accident.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just worried that whatever factions caused that are trying to do it again. So I know that's terrible news to be dropping on y'all, but I figure you might be needing to know that.
Mm-hmm.
There hasn't
world. Now you want us to do it again?
No, I'm not putting this on you. I'm just saying you're out there doing stuff. You tend to, and they'll kind of, I know your type. You tend to kind of get yourselves involved in things regardless of whether anyone tells you or not. So I'm going to assume that you're going to get into it. And
oh, yeah.
So forewarned is forearmed, as they say. So you get yourselves out there, and if you find something, pass it along.
Mm-hmm.
Because, it's a nature of preventing terrible things. So, as far as we can tell, Janelle would pop in there. I don't think none of these rifts have been permanent. They've opened and closed. None of them has stayed open.
I thought 2 of them had stayed open.
Well, 2 of them have never closed.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is it not staying open though?
no. I mean,
The
ones that have opened up recently, the ones that have opened recently haven't stayed open.
Death's Watch has always been open.
Okay.
Well, that's been a weak spot that it keeps popping open in there. There's always an issue there. The Verdant Wilds and the Maelstrom are 2 places that we know that have never really gone away. And the Maelstrom's out in the in the Eastern Ocean,
Right.
hundreds of miles off the coast. That basically is a massive whirlpool that's never stopped going because there's a rip to the water, plane of water underneath it, in the middle of the ocean. And then, of course, the Verdant Wilds. They know that there's a rift there that's happened, or that's been there. As far as anyone's aware, it's been there since the Cataclysm. It's never gone away.
I'm going to mention to Janan, Mrs. Hills, about my vision of the candles. Tell her about the whole thing before when Wraith was alive, and then what I saw. See if she can decipher it all.
So we know that rifts are open to all different places, including Shadowfell. I have no doubt that someone like Wraith or people he's allied with or anything else would be in that place.
And
they would not be. Well, they would not be resting peacefully.
No.
I mean, the mausoleum is there to take care of those souls that are at peace, at rest. The restless ones wander the endless plains until they find a place to rest. But then some, they look for ways to cause problems. Now, there's entire cities of, there are living people that live in Shadowfell as well. I mean, there's not everything in Shadowfell is dead. But a lot of it is. And if someone's in Shadowfell and rifts are opening up, it means that that presence, that connection you have might be flickering, as you describe it. So that's probably what we're looking at here is rifts to Shadowfell are giving you a brief connection, maybe. It doesn't mean there. It doesn't mean. I mean, I'm not saying it's he's trying to punch his way through or anything like that. I mean, it's more just like you have a connection. Someone's opening the door. Connection established as they close the door, and it just kind of causes that maybe effect.
My main concern is that the Dark King is in the Shadowfell, and that Wraith somehow found his way to him.
I don't know everything about that, but from what we know of what they were trying to do, and you told me about this, they needed to take extraordinary measures to release the Dark King. He was sealed away. So without whatever they needed to release him, he's stuck there. He's been sealed by the Raven Queen herself. From all reports.
But what he wanted was souls. And God knows Wraith took enough of those.
No. I mean, what you said, what you described, they were looking for specific souls.
Yeah.
Not just any souls would do. So
lots of shattered souls, which again he took plenty of and sent them all to the Shadowfell, probably.
No, they and just you thinking back here, really, there was like, no, he did not send them to Shadowfell.
No, he
trapped them.
didn't. He trapped them, but then they were released and laid to rest as much as
Mhm.
possible. So,
Yeah.
Well, so was he.
Maybe you don't know what happened to him exactly.
We do. We buried him in the church in Ravenscrest.
That's his body.
Okay.
Nothing to do with his soul or who he is. That's just a piece of meat.
Okay.
We are more than just these physical shells.
Yeah.
Now, if you ever want to bring him back to the dead, you need both. That's why you need something of the actual body and a connection to the soul.
Mm-hmm. Well, I definitely have that.
So, no, I think I'm not saying don't worry. You can't just tell someone not to worry.
No.
I am saying there's always a way around stuff, and you can worry about it, but you can also just work to do. You defeated him once. Any way he would come back, he'd be less powerful than he was before. So you can defeat him again.
You think?
How
Yeah.
many undead are as powerful as they were when they were alive?
True.
Extreme measures. I mean, obviously, liches are awful, but they're awful because they were awful to begin with.
Yeah.
They just found a way to cheat death and make even more problems for everybody.
Mm-hmm. He'd make a great lich, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Anyway. Mm-hmm.
Anything else y'all need? Obviously you got. So Neil's like, obviously you got things to work on. I'll go ahead and take those from you when you're all done here. But is there any other information you want to pass along or get from us, or set us on some tasks to research and look into? We're always having fun with research.
The rift thing, definitely. That's how I would very much appreciate any information that you could give us on all of that.
Oh yeah,
And certainly the giants situation in the south.
well, all we know of the giants, I mean, it's with the military's involved. I mean, they're down there fighting, and people are being sent down there to help with it.
Mhm.
What we can tell, they're pretty well contained at this point, but this fighting never really stops. And let me see. I called in some favors, and one observation that people from the front have passed along. They've killed the same giants numbers of times.
They're coming back to life?
Something is bringing them back.
What on earth?
Well, I mean, like half the people in that tower over there can bring somebody back with the right materials and the time, but
Yeah.
it's a fifth level spell. So they've got something on their side bringing them back.
Right.
So from what we can tell, the tactics they're using, they're doing a lot of hit and run tactics. They're harassing something. Some giants fall. They pick up the fallen and retreat. Sometime later, they come wading back in there to fight some more, and the same ones are there again. Something's bringing them back.
They got the necromancer on their hands.
Or somebody with revivify.
Necromancers.
Yep, plural. Yep.
But they're not.
Well,
They're not undead. They're coming back.
yeah, raised dead.
Or reincarnated.
Raise dead or revivify or all the other clericy type spells.
Yeah. Revive has to be done within a minute. You know that much.
That's
So,
not a necromancer, is it? It's probably
It's a necromancy spell. It's the school of necromancy.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's what I got. I mean, I know that there are among some of the smaller stature ones down there. We've got reports of the ogres that have spell casting capabilities. Ogre magi
Yeah.
are a thing. So
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun.
So maybe they've got enough skilled ones to keep this thing going. I don't know.
They've also got one of the queens down there. I believe there's a chain devil.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stories about that crazy thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's been cited a number of times in a number of different places.
I'd like so much to have that thing dead.
Well,
Yeah, me too.
if you manage to avail yourselves of that possibility, then I think you'll be doing everybody a favor.
That's what we need that banishment thing for. That, amongst other things, possibly another.
I'll have
thing.
that for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have one for you. As I said, I've been working on them pretty much nonstop. One quick thing. This is sort of game mechanics / Nils explaining this. So, with Manatech, especially like a banishment item. Remember, Manatech can either sustain itself, or you can sustain it yourself. In other words, you can do the concentration checks, or let the actual item do concentration checks. It just does it at a lower amount. So concentration, you get hit by something. If the Manatech is sustaining it, it has to make its own con save. So it doesn't do it at your Constitution save. It's the item itself has one.
So it'd be worth finding out who's got the best con and having them do it.
Yeah,
I've got.
So really,
advantage
you don't get
on con saves and stuff. So.
Well, your item would not.
No,
like,
but
if you're sustaining it, then yes, obviously you sustaining this
that's
on
what I
yourself
mean.
there. Yeah.
Whoever's got the best con. What's yours, Lucas?
17.
Oh, mine's 18.
Yep. So, and you have advantage. So yeah, just as a reminder of how Manatech items that have concentration that works. That's why Sora, when yours got knocked out there, because they disrupted the concentration on the boots.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a thing that is kind of one of the weaknesses of Manatech, is that it has to be sustained by the item or yourself. So you obviously can't, and it doesn't do it as well as you could. So there's that. With that though, that
You have
they
another
have
bug on your computer. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, yeah.
We've got the windows open because it's really warm. We haven't got the aircon out yet.
One last thing. It appears that the giants are being prevented from traveling up into the mountains very much, thanks to a group of cloud giants.
Yeah.
Kind of there near areas.
So these are hill giants that are raising among us. Is that what this is?
Yep. Yep.
That's one of
which I mean, as far as giants go, they're not.
And a dwarf down, and we'll clean them all out.
the stone giants and hill giants.
Well, stone giants are mostly fighting against the hill giants. They live in the mountains there, and the hill giants keep preventing them from getting involved.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been kind of keeping them pinned in their mountain fortresses, so they can't help. Yeah, at least that was the reports there. No one's been able to kind of tell that. That's something that Kiva had told you about, because she actually was with the stone giants when they started getting attacked. And had to get out there, and she helped report it to the Gilron military, and then got the hell out because way too hot down there, way too difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, I mean, if you're gonna get involved down there, it's there's a lot, but there's not much intelligence of what's happening down within the Thunder and Seps themselves, because scouts have not been able to get down there to do any real reconnaissance.
I think we have to. And we have to go to the Dravia soon because, Lucas, we've been asked to escort Delia there to go and see the king.
We've been asked by who?
By a friend of ours.
Friend?
I popped over to see her this morning.
Friend?
The Duchess.
Alone?
Yeah.
You
Best friends now.
No. In fact, I don't think she's got long left. She'll probably be dead by the time next time we come.
wait, what?
Yeah,
She's on her
see?
last legs.
See?
She just
See?
like
I start
wait.
pointing at I start
Man.
pointing at her, and I look at you, and I point at Sora, and I point at you, and I look at Sora, throw my hands up, and walk out the door.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. Look, Alindra, not Alindra. Is it Alindra? No.
Eska's not in the mood to listen to this fight, so
No.
Eska's going to follow up.
Not the words coming out of my mouth in Dwarven are not necessarily polite, but they're not rude either.
But you did.
Why?
You did.
Wait, I speak Dwarvish. What are you saying?
Listen. You went by yourself, and then you promised her we'd do something for her.
I told her that we would escort Delia to Dravia to go and see the king once she's dead. Which
Oh.
I think would be a really good opportunity for us to go and see the king.
It needs to be done before she's dead, because if she's dead and she hasn't been legitimized dead, then the succession would be thrown into all kinds of question there. So it
Right.
needs to be done before she passes away.
Okay. So very
just
soon.
to clarify that, yeah, just so yeah.
Very soon, because she's like literally on her last legs.
Wait, so the Duchess is dying?
Yeah, she's got an heir. She's got someone who's going to replace her, but I've got to go and...
She's been announced. Yeah, we've been made aware that she's got someone placed there, but she needs to be
legitimized. She's illegitimate at the moment.
Of course, right. She has to be recognized by the king.
Yeah.
So that there's no question of succession, and yeah, okay.
I really wanted to meet the king because we're kind of related, you know.
Listen.
They all look at you like, what? you're...
My soul that I got was a fifth of the soul that used to be in his grandfather. The king's grandfather? No.
Great.
Whether you're royalty or not,
Yeah.
it does not matter. You went to go see her without anybody with you, and then you made a deal with her.
I didn't make a deal with her. I told her that we would go and take Delia. I also told her, and you'll be quite interested to know this, I told her she's not sure yet whether Delia is going to take the coin or not. And if Delia doesn't take the coin, she's asked me to use the coin to send her back to the Feywild. And I'm sure you'd be happy with that, to banish her forever.
Well, not forever, because she can find her way back. Well, worm.
I mean, but anyway, that's what she's
I am
asked me to
angry.
do.
I am angry, and I am
Good.
storming away.
Okay.
Okay, so 3 people are gone from the room now. Okay, so we got Lucas and Amethyst Bear with and you'll notice that like the whole time, this entire conversation, Dalen's just been like standing like off on the side there, just kind of hovering, like kind of looking back and forth like a ping pong match, like watching everyone talking.
Why are you mad? What are you mad about?
I'm not there.
I'm asking you, what are you mad about? As you
making deals
leave-
with hags after you yell and scream at us.
Deal with a hag? I've told the Duchess we'll take Delia to Arabia.
And what happens if you don't? Yeah, I'm out the
Why
door
would
now.
I not? Unless I die, I'm going to do it. Why would I not do it? It's in our interests to do it. It's in our interests to be friendly with Delia. It's in our interests to see the king if we can get to see him. It's also in our interests, if Delia doesn't take the coin, to send her back to the Feywild. That is all in our interest as well as hers. There is no reason to not accept any of that.
You do realize this is the same song and dance you fed me about the Duchess in the first place, right?
You do realise that if it wasn't for me, you would have eaten a fucking pumpkin in the Feywild and
Mhm.
probably be there now being someone's slave
I'm still angry. I'm walking away.
or whatever.
As I eat my pumpkin muffin in my mouth. I put the wrapper back in my pocket.
Oh, God.
Alindra, like next to you there, Lucas, like, is it always like this?
Yeah, you should have seen how pissed
Yeah.
off I was when she died the other day.
Yeah,
You know that belt we had to make, Nils? You know that belt? Guess we forgot to use it when we went to fight the lich.
Oh, I forgot to tell Ironar about the lich. I got to go back and tell him about that.
Listen, that airship is not going to wait for us forever, guys.
I walked back inside and I said, I'm going to go look at my new house. And I pointed at him and said, you're not invited.
Just so
Wow.
just so you know, the airship will wait for us. It's not going anywhere without us. We're important, damn it.
Hey, boy, you gonna mess with the captain? Are you gonna be here or not? We need to go.
Yes.
Well, anything else? Any last minute things from Amethyst and Lucas with the Martinets and Alindra?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I wanted them to maybe research the whole rift thing for us and let us know if they know anything about that. And
yeah, they are working on it, and so they've gotten more information. So Janan will mention that their plans are, and her kind of like, and the divination department essentially of the College of Divination. They are working on ways to detect rifts and predict where they're going to be. And then they're working with the Conjuration School on how to close them. Because right now there's obviously there's that issue as well. So they will let you know if they find anything out. That if you find anything out yourselves, let them know. Because obviously there's going to be a lot to figure out here, and the more people involved, the easier it will be. Okay. All right. Well, Grim and Esk, you guys can go wander off to go check out Grim's new house.
Yep.
Lucas, you're there at the menagerie still. Amethyst and Sora heading off to the airship to take off for Raven's Crest. So, first things first, Grim, your house. I believe you were looking over in this section of town down here.
Yeah.
Near by the wall. Yeah.
Yep. I want it. I don't mind it being on a main road, but
Okay.
if you see this area right here where there's like a little spot, on the road and with the back against the cliff
Right
face
here?
there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, somewhere along in that area.
Okay. Well, in that case, yeah, you'll eventually you'll see yeah, you eventually they have the plot of land for you there. And with the money that you have now, you have sort of two options. The land is yours, obviously. But one thing, because you're so stinking rich, do you want a house you can take with you?
what?
What does that mean?
Well,
more
it's like-
magic timey
I
things.
mean, is it like that door, where you throw it down and a castle appears type thing? The tower.
an instant fortress, yes.
We
have one available if you wish to purchase that. You can have a more permanent dwelling made here as well, but it's a matter of if you want something quick and potentially useful to have with you, we have that available. The land is yours regardless.
Okay. Wow. All right, that was not what I was expecting. I was actually expecting a walk onto a house.
Existing house. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, like it's one of those things of if you weren't buying an existing house specifically, because you said you were buying land to have a house built on.
Okay. Okay. I
So,
said proper. Okay.
yeah,
All right. I see what you're saying.
yeah.
All right.
So if you want to buy one of these houses along here, they can try to arrange that as well. But it's essentially the money is essentially you can choose that.
Now, is the guy I'm talking to, is he dwarf, human,
Sure.
what?
This section is primarily run by dwarves over here. So yeah,
It's a whole dwarven racist section.
no, it's just living up against the walls like that and nearby where the mining area is there.
Mining area, yeah.
It's not as pleasant for non-dwarves. Like essentially, pretty much all the miners that work here live along the wall around the corner, essentially. And then the big forge, the forge place is right there on the corner.
What is this darker area right there?
It's darker in terms of it's going to be somewhat lower class.
raised?
No, it's actually
Oh, okay.
it's actually downhill there. It's essentially the probably the highest density of housing there. It's a lot of like small houses, apartments, tenements, duplexes, that kind of like that. All in that kind of area there. These the little bit bigger up in here and a little smaller down in here. So in terms of the houses.
I got to think about that one.
Okay. Well, they can make either arrangement there for you, essentially. Essentially, you have the money. You could just try to outright buy one of the houses that are there. Someone would be willing to sell, I'm sure, because you have enough money to say, move out of this house. I want it. Or you can have something built or have the portable house. If you want to call it that. So think it over.
All right. I'm going to have to think on that one. Yeah. Especially if it's that close to the slums doesn't scare me.
It's not so much slums, like I said. It's where a lot of it really aren't much in the way of specific slums here. I mean, everyone here has jobs. It's just that it's a little more crowded. It's a little less fancy. There isn't really a slum per se. The only slums really are kind of under like around the bridges. There's a lot of people that live in like kind of ramshackle almost places under the bridges. Especially Second Bridge. That's probably where a lot, like kind of that bridge is where a lot of lower, lower class, but it's like where a lot of people that are less well off will live there in sort of like tent cities and things like that.
Okay. How big is the one you take with you?
There's a description for it in the chat.
All right. Well, let me think about that when you go on with everybody else.
All right. Anything else you want to do, Lucas, in town here for this part of the day, or are you going to just spend some time?
Know who we'd like to do.
Spend some time with Alindra. Yeah.
Excellent. She will essentially kind of she has been planning this for a while in terms of like getting somebody else to help run the place when she's busy, because she's trying to do more with studies and with project work and things like that. So Danlin's not quite old enough to run the place by himself, so he's worked out a deal with another one of the students to kind of take turns running the place. one of the other students from the Lyceum will come in and take over for the day, essentially, so she can go off and spend time with you, discussing things, or just having a more pleasant time with less stress and focus. And so we cut back to the airship, which is moving fairly quickly. Since it is normally about by airship a 2.5 to 3 day trip. Ale's planning to cut it down below 2 days, so you're there because they've kind of on the home stretch anyway, getting back to where they're based out of. So we have a discussion there between Avress and Sora on board on the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think it needs to be.
No, we're just bickering back and
Okay.
forth like an old married couple. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So essentially, everyone, the crew gives you a wide berth and kind of lets you guys just kind of like have your arguments and whatever, kind of stay out of your way. And with no other issues or anything else, about midway before nightfall of the first day, you will pass over the village that had been burned a while back, and you can see it's pretty well built up.
Wait. Who burnt? I'm pretty
The-
sure that was Eldon burnt it.
No, the Trollings burnt it down.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah,
That
I
one,
said,
yeah.
I did not do that.
Yeah. It was on fire when you got there, I swear.
Right.
We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning.
Dear Lord.
Yes. So it has been fully rebuilt, and it's expanded a little bit in terms of having an actual like trade stop on it. Essentially, it's a it's kind of at that waypoint along the way where it's like either a last stop before getting to Port Oris or the first stop leaving Port Oris, essentially. So there's a fairly decent caravan stop there. Next morning, you are passing over the inn where you first had your encounter with Celia Shadereach there, Shade. And by the evening, you are passing over the shrine where you first met Brevalor and the Yonti. This route, it's been a while since you've been on this route, and so definitely some time moving back and forth along here. The timing seems to work out pretty well that it is still daylight as you are passing over these various places. But you will reach Raven's Crest just at sundown of the day there, as it's been roughly a little less than 48 hours essentially. Ale pretty much pushed it straight through and is a bit bleary-eyed and a little woozy on their feet.
You did good, kid.
Yeah, it's good to make a run like this once in a while, but I'm going to go sleep.
Yeah, you do that.
So the ship lands, and you see the familiar sights of Raven's Crest. Fairly well lit up. There are lights on all the main towers on the outside. The gates are well lit up. You can see lights from as you're passing over, lights from the city streets, and from most of the buildings have lights through the windows.
Eldon's been busy.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, it's not like blaringly bright, but there's just, like I said, there's lights along the streets. They're kind of lighting up the main walkways. Most of the houses have lights coming from the windows, and you're able to land and head inside. Are you sending word ahead of your arrival, or just going to show up there and see who's around?
Just show up.
Okay. In that case, as you arrive, the guard, of course, is at the main gates. Is happy to see you. Lets you in. They know who you are, obviously.
I hope so.
They do not hassle you or question you. They just let you right on in. Uh, and you will see that the guard towers on the other side of the gatehouse, as you approach there, have actual, like, what look to be ballistas, but there's a strange set of lights along them as well. Effectively, they act very similar to the ballistic, or the ballistic, the Eldritch cannon that fires out force energy that Eldon would normally use, but are a larger scale. They're actually full-on ballista that fires out force bolts. They are set on either side of the gate. They can be swiveled on, they're kind of on a swivel, so they can kind of tilt up into fight in the sky or down at the ground, or pretty much both aim directly at whatever's in front of the gate.
Nice. Eldon has been busy.
Well, it seems to be.
I don't think it was just him.
Yeah.
Well, he's the only one I know that's here in the city that would be smart enough to do it.
Nimbus
maybe
is here
Steph.
too.
Oh, Nimbus is here too. Yeah.
I don't recall Nimbus. This is the first time I remember hearing the name.
There's also a pretty powerful druid in town.
Yeah, but she's yours. I'm gonna go visit my persons.
And you've absolutely heard of Nimbus. Come on.
I don't remember Nimbus. We haven't spoken about
Nimbus is Eldon's
Eldon's
cousin.
cousin who lives here.
Second cousin twice removed on his mother's side.
Twice removed on his mother's side.
Yeah,
I
that runs
thought
the
he was in
Benedict shop.
Port. I thought
No,
he was
no,
in
he's
Fort
here.
Worth.
He is right here. This is the at
Oh,
the
dear
shop.
Lord. See, Eldon has too many damn cousins.
He
I
doesn't
think
want
that's
to
his only-
The one you've met.
Yeah.
Too many.
Well, I've heard lots of stories from Eldon. A little bit of
for a
time.
bit. That was rough. I know.
Oh, that was terrible.
math. There's a lot of math.
The streets are all very well. Well, they're still cobblestone. They are very well surfaced. You're able to move across there. They've always been well maintained. There are every 30 or so feet a little globe of kind of twinkling lights of varying colors along the streets on either side. Kind of 30 feet over here and 30 feet on this side, 30 feet on that side. It's kind of staggered along the way. Able to walk straight up on here, passing by the apothecary, passing by the general store, and you see your house over here. They're able to. No one. A few people kind of like wave at you but no one's there's like people running like, oh, yelling at your names like that. But there's definitely like a sign of like people that you've seen before and know who you are. All kind of very.
They're already tired of Elney. Or
no,
not Elney, but
Elbon.
hold on.
Elbon.
No, it's good to see you back. Thanks. Hope you'll be here for a while. It's good to see you. And just kind of like very kind of friendly neighborhood kind of greetings rather than like a exciting hero worshiping greetings. The square is quiet. Nothing really going on there. I mean, obviously there's light and sounds of people kind of coming from the two taverns that are here, the Fighting Unicorn and the Jewel Flagon. But there's no events going on in the square at the moment. There is just sort of people walking to and from those places, pretty much. The rest of the shops are all closed currently. But you're able to head on inside to your house. It is very much as you left it. Nothing out of place. Everything clean. As you enter, Iris is the first to greet you. As essentially, her room is right nearby, right near the front door. So, she will come out to see you. Good to have you home. Good to see you. Just the two of you. Is that all?
Yeah, no, everybody else is fine. They decided to stay in Port Oris.
Oh, okay.
Ask's come in soon, he said.
S
No, he
S would
stayed
be.
in Port
Yeah,
Oris.
Yeah,
He
but
was-
he's
He said he was
He's
going to
staying.
come in
It was a few days
time.
later. I just wanted to stay
Okay.
here for a few days.
So, I mean, not. I'm assuming you're all going to get together pretty soon here at some point.
Yeah.
But anyway, well, it's good to see you. Things have been quiet. Things have been pleasant. No recent explosions or anything.
Recent explosions.
Yes.
Hold on.
It's always exciting, but easy to clean up. We have the people with the right skills to be able to clean it all up. So,
He better not be making too much work for you.
oh no, any damage he does, he has to fix himself.
Oh, very good. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Well, I mean, I can't rebuild walls. I can't prevent. I can't fix cracked foundations. I can't deal with burning holes in the floorboards.
It's not our house.
They are skilled enough to make the repairs themselves. So, I think that's half of what his lady and Sebastian have to deal with. Is cleaning up after Eldon's more exuberant research.
Mm-hmm. So you're aware, I am leaving in the morning. I will not be here when Esk arrives.
Oh well, good, right? Esk, yes. Oh yes, the little the little scaled one. Okay, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Wow.
Of course.
Yeah.
The Drakoll.
Well, she's not from Drakoll. She didn't. She grew up here, so she'd never seen a kobold in person until she met Esk.
Correct. I am headed back to South Shore, Shore Haven.
Yes. Oh,
Shorehaven.
okay then. Well, that's good. And with this, so you all have a conversation there. You have to your room there. Nobody's there currently.
I was remembering about some of the things in my inventory. I have a birthday necklace that was made for me by Addie. Also, Elia got a matching one.
Yeah.
It lets me know the direction and the distance of the other necklace.
She's about 30 miles north.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, you know that's up in the direction where the groves are and everything else like that, and so that's where she is currently. It's also up about approximately where Addie's cabin is.
Okay.
I mean, you can't tell the exact distance, but it's about it's up that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's that anyway. Well, I think that I believe Catherine and Reese are off having dinner. They tend to go out in the evenings when they can, just a quiet time or just time away from the house sometimes. And I'm sure Eldon and his group, I'm not sure what to call them. They're probably down. I'm sure they're down in the basement working.
Band of merry men and women?
We had food sent down to them a while ago, so I do that occasionally when they're getting in the middle of projects. And so I've had the house pleasantly to myself for a bit, but it's good to see you and have you here.
How's Chesty?
Oh, I don't. It's hard to say. Let's just say, before Lucas arrives, we'll have to make sure he is aware of what items in his music room aren't actually instruments.
Oh no.
Taken to staying in there and learning some interesting looking forms.
Oh man. That'll be fun.
Has he eaten anybody yet?
Oh no, he's very good. He's been experimenting with different different forms, let's just say. I never quite know what he's going to be when I walk in there.
Yeah.
I tend to just put the food down in the middle of the floor and step back out just to see which thing in the room decides to move.
Awesome.
He's such a good boy. I'm going to bed.
So effectively, yes, Chesties now takes on the form of musical instruments, chairs, whatever, bookshelves. Yeah.
He's a mimic of all types. Yes.
That's
Well,
really
yeah, he's
cool.
just, yeah. Yeah. The trick is to look for the instruments without the string.
Ah,
Make strings right now. So,
can't do the strings. It'll be fun when Lucas comes to visit.
Mhm.
so, with that though, you want to go to bed? Okay, well, sure.
It is nighttime,
Um,
right?
No.
I mean, it's just sundown. So,
Oh,
like it makes it about at this time of year about 8:30 maybe.
okay.
Traveling on an airship for hours. Why would you not want to just like stretch your legs and stuff? I'm
I
off
did.
out anyway.
I walked the whole way here
Oh yes, so
with
far.
you.
Walked?
Yeah.
You guys were on the
From-
ship.
From the airship to here, which is
Yeah,
probably
from
about,
the airship to our house. It was a
Which
long
is
way.
not far.
No, it's not. She's complaining.
for her being grumpy.
She is.
Okay.
She's gonna take everything off and she'll probably go out for the night.
Okay.
And with this, are you coming? Or are you gonna wait for Elia?
I'm gonna go find her and bring her back.
Okay, have fun.
Okay.
Don't die.
I'll
So
try not.
how do you want to
Yes.
cover the how do you want to cover the 30 miles to get there?
I'm just wondering that actually.
Magic carpet.
Yeah.
It does move fast enough.
It does or doesn't?
It does, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it moves 80 feet around, which is like, yeah, more than
I
double a
think it's another 6
person's normal
seconds,
running
it's not-
speed.
Yeah. Yeah. I can do that.
So you start heading up there. It is dark. As you leave the city and start heading north along the trail there. It is definitely you are winding through the logging trail that was there before is a little bit more established now as rag wagons like travel this route. And the trees and the brush are cleared away enough so they don't get snagged or run into things like that. So you're able to just rocket your way up there, taking up there. It's still going to take probably few hours at least to get up there, even pushing the carpet at full speed. So it'll probably be around midnight or so when you get there. Okay.
Yep.
Anywhere
And
that
she's
you're
still
coming?
there?
She seems to be, yes.
Okay. No, I'm not going to tell her. I'm just going to turn up.
Okay. Stora, when you're where you headed in town?
I'll go find some place with hot food.
Well, the two main places, of course, are going to be the Fighting Unicorn and Jewel Flagon.
Let's go to the Fighting Unicorn.
Okay, it's fairly busy. There's a lot of people in there. There's it's not like packed to the wall, packed to the, but it's definitely there's a few, probably about 20 or so people in here total in a place that can hold at least 3 or 4 times that.
Okay.
There's people there. There's talking and lots of conversing there. There's no music playing or anything else. There's just a lot of voices. They all sort of look up and see you, and some like who know you a little, maybe know who you are a little bit better. They're kind of wave and the rest kind of like pointing, like start talking quietly and in a kind of excited manner or whatever.
Mhm.
But you see the bartender there. One sec here. That is, you've never actually spoken to her, but you've seen her a number of times. Let me just pull it up real fast. That is, oh my gosh. This is Danella, the half elf there. She's just there. Tiny bartender. She's like, oh, kind of waves you over there, and like pauses for a second, and then reaches down under the bar there and pulls out a pitcher of milk and pours some.
Aw,
That's
you remembered.
Of course, I remember. It's what I do. It's part of the job to know what residents of the town prefer to drink and such. Although food-wise, sandwiches, stews, pretty much normal things. For this time at least, we still have some hot stews and a nice venison stew and vegetable stew. That's all we have right
Well-
now. It's still hot.
Go with venison stew. That'll sound
Okay.
good.
Alrighty there. And
Yeah, that was really expensive. Oh no, dear. That was it.
Mhm.
there's lots of deer around here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dear means expensive, though. I was
Oh.
making a joke.
Oh. So
I
you
mean, it didn't cost too much for me.
you will it doesn't take long. You sit at the bar, or you sit grab a table.
Sit at the bar.
At the bar there, she's sort of like, well, just small talk. Just good to see you around town. You had wild and crazy adventures. But anything you wish you wanna tell or pass along or anything else?
Oh, I'll tell the whole adventure.
Oh my god! So pretty soon, within a couple of minutes of you starting,
Uh-huh.
like most of the conversation has stopped and everyone's kind of turned to look at you as you're talking there, because you don't do things quietly. So you probably are just
Yeah.
telling the
Mhm.
story there, not even realizing you have an audience there because your back's to
And then
both
I
of them.
died in the most dramatic way.
And you hear a collective gasp and look over your shoulder to see like everyone has stopped talking and they're watching you, listening to you.
Wow, that was the airball.
Thanks. You
Hey, Grimbar.
No, it wasn't Grimbar. That was just somebody in the crowd, you know.
yeah, your food comes there, very rich hearty venison stew there, a couple of crusts of bread to go with it there. Probably your second glass of milk at this point. You're able
gonna-
to
Graduate to ale, please.
oh, all right then. That's just fine. And so she pours an ale there, looking at you, and hands it over to there. Goes really well with the stew.
Corrupted by the void.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've been told because I've died twice, I need to drink ale.
So everyone's definitely happy to hear the story and happy you're back, and excited to hear of the daring adventures that you've had and everything. The place seems to be quite. There's not really an air of worry or panic or it's everyone seems to be pretty content. There's not been an issue of there doesn't seem to be anyone. No one's acting worried or scared or anything like that. They're all just typical townsfolk having a nice evening out with food and drink.
Haven't had this in a long time.
Yep. Those of you back in Port Aura, you definitely have the city itself. It does have, unlike Raven's Crest, there is a bit more worry. There's lots of like, there's a lot of talk about people heading off to fight, people going south, people traveling a ways away. Pretty much everyone knows somebody at this point who's gone off to fight in the war in the south. While the military is still here for the most part, you don't see any military, but a lot of other people have joined up, hopped on ships and headed south, or in some cases been teleported south to go fight. Those that have access to or allied with the Lyceum itself. So yeah, it's definitely a topic of conversation among a lot of people here. Ask one place you've never visited but you will have heard of is the Drakoll embassy down on the foreign quarter. And we'll just jump to that real quick here so we can point out it's been Esk has never been there. Glenn was there a long time ago. But it is right down here, right in this section right here.
Okay.
You'll notice a very interesting looking museum on the corner over here, and kind of on the other side of the block, or actually right over here, is the actual embassy to Drakoll. There is, if you checking the place out, you will find it is run currently by been a long time since they've been here. It is currently run by a family of brass dragons, who are the primary embassies there. There are some others of different colors that are there, but there's definitely a buzz among them, especially as you arrive. And they look at you kind of strangely, and are you?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Good. We were told of that that you were involved with the recent resolution to some problems in Drakoll.
Esk would incline his head.
We wish to thank you, of course, for you and your group service. They did a somewhat minor service for us almost a year ago. It is interesting to have you among their number. We wish to extend to you any courtesy, any information you need, any help you need here in the city. If you need any, just need someone to guide you or give you information, we are here to help you. I can't imagine the things that you've seen and dealt with. By all accounts, it was quite horrible, and the stories have reached us as to the status of Arya.
Esk, like, his little, just goes like a little pale, like, yes. I am at a loss for words for Arya. He'll like shake his head. It was horrible. The city will be rebuilt. The people will repopulate. It will be okay in the end.
Of course. Of that I am certain. If you wish to, if you need anything here in the city, please let us know. We are absolutely indebted to you and your friends. Of course, it is a matter of importance that we re-secure aid, assistance, and good relations with other nations. I fear that we have been neglectful in that aspect for too long. We hope to do more here, and to bring more of our people, and to reach out to those who were sent away. We have a lot of time to make up for.
Yes, indeed. And as we are, we shall progress for the future, yes? It will be wonderful. We will make Drakoll wonderful again. Yes.
Of that, we have no doubt.
And Ask will, just kind of tour around a little bit, like,
Sure.
look around, and then probably head on to Raven's Rest.
Read the message first.
Sending from Sora.
No, he's not going to your brother. He ain't doing it.
Somebody's gotta go kick
That's
his
your
door in.
brother. Esk ain't doing that. Esk ain't even met your brother yet, right?
Yeah, he did.
I think last time you were here, I think you actually did meet. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was brief. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's got a kid. He actually's got a couple of kids right now.
No,
He ain't doing that.
One
Yes,
kid.
yes, one.
Well,
And then me.
wife has one, and then you, and then the kids he's rescuing. So
He's
he's
only
probably
got-
got a couple of
Yeah,
kids.
there's only
only
one
got
there.
one
Yeah, there's only
kid.
one there. Yeah,
Oh,
just,
okay.
just the little white one. The two of them have adopted the little white one.
Well,
So-
that's me doing that.
Yeah.
You can send him. Eska's coming in. He's leaving.
Okay. So S denies your request.
It's so mean of you, ask.
I'll do it.
Okay, go over. Well, you live across the street from him, so you might as well.
You know that the only reason they don't kill you is because you're his sister. And if Grimbar goes and
True.
does it, they'll probably just kill him.
True. You should probably not.
I mean,
try-
if you know, all power to you, whatever.
They won't kill me. They love me.
So, Grim, with the wrench in your plans there, as you stated there, there is a
No. I'm not. Don't. I wanna put something out there.
Sure.
I am not complaining.
No.
I'm just putting that out there as role play. I'm not complaining.
No,
That-
what I'm getting at is they have a third option. As you kind of like your disappointment is fairly obvious. You're not good at hiding that very well. You tend to like rah.
It was raw.
Oh, I don't
Type
know.
thing. No,
Like-
now I gotta think about it again.
So-
Need brain.
Here is the interesting essentially because at first you were essentially having property with only having like 1,000 or so gold, which I mean it's still a lot of
Correct.
money, but
Correct.
now it's like you've got a lot more, and they're going, okay, well in that case, here's a third option, and they basically say,
Typical
well-
real estate agents.
yeah, essentially, well if you want, we can do both, and so essentially they essentially for enough money, I'm sure we can buy this house next to it and essentially have the tower as an attachment. So you have the house and the tower on the property. And you can take some of your house with you and leave the rest of it here.
Some of your house
I'm-
with you?
Yes.
Hmm.
So when you're in
I was
town,
gonna ask.
there's a
that.
big
I
old
was
adamantium tower.
I was.
and when you're
I
not
was
here-
I was actually going to ask that. The only problem I have with the tower is yes, I know people who could, but having access to a wish if I'm like underground and I put it up and we get attacked, type thing. That's all But and where we're going, yeah, there's a good chance we get attacked.
We're
I
2
mean,
levels away from a wish spell. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
But-
mean, it's one of those things of like it's not something you may not want to use it as a. I mean, well, who knows? I mean, you might want to use it as a place to hide out, or just a place to have a quiet place, or whatever. Again, it's an option. It's one of those things of yes. So essentially, the house can
And
have an attached tower. The tower that
So
can
when
be
I'm
taken
not
with
there,
you.
I can have my treasure in the house. I bring it with me. I don't have to worry about somebody stealing it.
Mm-hmm. Keep all the valuable stuff in the fortress that you take with you,
Yeah,
and have the house there for hanging out and doing fun stuff with.
yeah.
So
So that was going to be. I was going to actually ask that. I didn't want to be greedy, but I was going to ask that. So
if it's what you want, it can be arranged because again, they're going, oh, this is a wealthy adventurer. This is obscenely wealthy adventurer now at this point. So why not? Let's see if we can. Yeah.
yeah.
So column A, column B, and have your cake and eat it too.
I have a muffin. Oh, it's a new day. I can eat my muffin.
Yep. Yes, we have a muffin there. So
That's Screw him. What
So-
I could, I would never run out of dwarven ale then, ever.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wherever
well,
I was.
I mean,
Definitely fit a few barrels in it.
yeah. There's
Hold
that
on, guys.
too.
We're up on the ship. Hold on, we're out of ale. No, we're not. Oh.
I mean, you know, a high level artificer, and one of the easy things they can make on a dime is an alchemy jug.
Yes.
Customize it to have instead of beer, have actual dwarven ale in it instead of just beer.
Yeah.
You produce a
Yep.
gallon a day.
Is that all?
Or it can produce mayonnaise.
Yes. Or is it 10 gallons? I don't know. Whatever it is there. So anyway, yeah.
Gets a gallon of mayonnaise a day and then
I'm
like
not sure how
10
much.
gallons of liquid. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 10 gallons of which is a lot. So yeah. So yes, there is that option as well. So we'll just kind of cut to this real quick here. Those of you meeting up with Nils while you're there in town, there wanting to have things done here. Is there anything we can do most of this offline? But is there anything you wanted to like ask him about or check in with there? Because obviously you have items you want to have made. You just let me know offline, and I'll take care of those. Is there
Yeah.
anything you wanted to-
No, that was
Okay.
it.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Is there a way? Is there something we got? I'm not looking for like total free will travel, but is there a way, like, say I'm off somewhere and I want to get back to my house here in Port Oris, I can
Mhm.
have like a dimension door or whatever it is just to go to that one spot.
Effectively, you require teleportation, so it's not something that's going to be. If you teleport, you can teleport anywhere you want to go. If you know the place well enough, you can just go straight there, no problem. Teleport circle, much lower level, much easier to get hold of. Can teleport to a specific circle there. Lucas can do both. So it's just
he's not always around though. Is what
Right.
I'm saying.
Buy a helm of teleportation and do it that way.
Yes, but yeah, and that takes me anywhere I want. But yeah, I'm not. Well, I didn't want to. I'm not looking to. It's just my way of looking at things. I'm not trying to like mega game or anything like that. I'm just trying to think, how would this guy do this?
Yeah,
and just,
effectively,
being
you would
overtly powerful.
Yeah, it's one of those things of you like you wouldn't have the skill yourself. You would need to buy an item. Helms of teleportation are obscenely expensive because of what they do and what they are. And there aren't you don't find one
in an obscene amount of money, and I don't want to do it twice.
Yeah, you don't. Helm teleportation is one of those things that you won't find one in a shop ever. They are owned by somebody powerful who has them. It's one of those things that royal families would probably have, or military people might have for specific user needs, or extremely wealthy like private citizens, which you kind of fall into that category now. But finding one, you almost have to have one made for you, which takes a long time to do. It's not something you just So it's something you can start working toward. Definitely. Or at least putting the feelers out there for someone that might be willing to sell one, or might be having one around.
Yeah,
that's something that's possible.
Somebody I could steal one from. I am a thief.
Sure. There is that if you want to go for it. So that's something that you could definitely start discreetly asking around to see if anybody else, anybody in town has one.
Yeah. So I mean, because technically, I mean, I am a thief.
Yeah,
you know,
it's one of those ones that would definitely put you very much under potential issues with the syndicate.
If it was in this city,
sure. Yeah,
if it was
They're
in
not
this
just
city,
in this city though. They're also in Drakoll and not Drakoll.
Yeah, the syndicate is pretty much a Dravier. It's here. It's mine. Well, they have agents anywhere around
Ravenscrest.
Yerevan. Yeah, there's actually people in Ravenscrest that. Yeah, but
the mayor
smaller
of Ravenscrest pays them to keep the place safe and stop people from stealing from them.
So, but that is definitely impossible.
All right. That's it. That's the thing is, and the only thing I would do is possibly take, if he doesn't want that bow, I would swap the bow, magic.
A
put it
+3.
on-
Yeah.
+3 on my bow. But other than that,
Okay. Lucas, do you
it
still have?
all depends on what Lucas wants to do with it.
You still have the sniper bow? Is that one thing you still have?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So you can sort of like between the three of you can kind of work out like what items you want to have combined, set up there. Let me know what you've got, what you'd like to have done, and we'll see what's possible. So just kind of send me a quick little inventory of what you have, and what you would like to have done, and Nils will let you know how feasible it is. Because some things you can do, some things you might not be able to do. So we'll kind of work out the deals there.
You remember Lucas has also got an instant fortress.
You do. I thought someone did. So Lucas has one.
You do?
Okay. You've never used it. That's right. That's
Never
right.
used it. Why have you never used it?
I forgot you had it.
Never had a reason to use it.
Well, the times that we've just found somewhere to sleep,
Like in that cave.
Again,
Twice.
like in a cave, yeah. You could have used the ancient fortress.
We decided to take a short rest inside the cave, where we could have taken a
Like,
long
we
rest.
slept on the road loads of times. We've slept in loads of weird random places.
It's all
I
good.
haven't had it that long.
I don't remember where you got it anymore, but I
You
thought
had it before
someone
you
had
went
one.
to Drakoll.
Yeah.
How many times have we slept rough in Drakoll?
Lots.
Lots.
Not really. We normally teleport around everywhere, don't we?
It's okay. We're
Whatever.
not there anyways.
I mean, there was a fun offensive use of Instant Fortress there. You noticed that there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. you
Yeah,
haven't
we
done
could
that
have
at some
dealt like
point.
a bunch of damage to that dragon.
I think the only time I thought of using it, we were in places where the roof wasn't high enough to.
Oh, true. It needs to be 30
stuff,
feet
yeah.
high. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
true.
but we
Yeah.
could have used it on that green dragon. Definitely 10d8 or 10d6 or something.
And D10.
And
Bludgeoning
D10.
damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but if that damages the fortress, you can't repair it without a wish spell, so.
Mm-hmm. There is that. So
But like you
It's
said, we're
like
just 2
100.
levels away from one of those.
yeah. So anyway, so Sora,
Yes,
you next morning, we're just kind of moving along here. Next morning, you head off to South Shore.
I do.
Effectively, the road it takes a while if you're walking it. You know this.
I'm on my steed.
Okay, you have your steed there. It takes half as long,
Thank you.
roughly, which is about 3 days. three to 4 days. It's a magical steed. So you can push it hard, so you can keep going there. So we'll
Yep.
call it 3 days. Amethyst, you will late in the evening, you will reach using your necklace to hone in on the location there. You will meet up with Elia. How do you want to surprise her? This is all the Sora's traveling.
Just turn up, just fly around ahead, and then land next to her.
Okay.
The element of surprise.
Yes. You get moonbeamed.
Wow.
because
Wow.
something comes flying out of the darkness. You don't announce it's you. And, wow. Oh my god! I'm sorry. Again, not enough to kill you. You're like, oh my god!
Turn into a bear and get
she
knocked
immediate-
off of it.
And she immediately apologizes and heals you. Whenever else that needs to happen there.
Good.
Yes,
Good. I
your
like
girlfriend just moonbeamed you. Yes.
it. She wanted the moon, but she didn't want the beam.
Yeah, right?
So,
Really?
you actually find that she's not at Addie's cabin exactly. She's off in one of the grove areas there, attending some various places, and so someone comes flying out of the darkness that she doesn't know you're there. She immediately, upon casting it, realizes what it is. They lets it go and they dismisses it and freaks out and heals you and attends to you in various ways to make you feel better. And we'll just,
Worth it.
we'll just close that fade to black for that evening there. as we have the travel montage of Sora heading south along the road. And Sora, it's very strange to travel this road because this is the road you traveled on your first adventure leaving home.
These are Sora's
Traveling-
origins. Mhm.
Yes. You weren't alone then. You were traveling with a Triton bard that was taken away and sent home.
Flipping princesses, I swear.
Yes, all the princesses. Yes. You'll spot a couple places where you fought brigands in various places. You just kind of recognize the bend in the road or the notch and the burned out tree on this side of the road over here, or the big old boulder on this side of the road. Just various landmarks that you've seen from traveling this road dozens and dozens of times.
Mm-hmm.
This time now traveling on the back of a summoned steed with all of your crazy powerful gear and the presence of Bahamut that you were back then only trying to understand, and now have an almost continuous feeling of that presence. Well, you don't hear the word. There's almost always presence that you can focus on. Before you left town, Iris did tell you that while she's not 100% certain, there's no possible way you're still going to be wanted by some puffed up noble. And so you travel there with relative ease. Nothing accosts you on the way, no problems along the way there. You know this route is well traveled and well protected at this point because it's become a major trade route, especially for your family and for others that are coming. They're sending goods up to Port Orith. It's going to go this route and then across over to Port Orith. So they're going to ship things that aren't by ship. You reach the gates on your third day. The gates of Short Haven, wide stone archway with these massive wooden doors, steel banded. This kind of this big old gate that's there. And because it's late in the afternoon, you'll actually see that the gates are open. You can actually go up there, but there are guards, and they see you approaching and kind of, "Hail, traveler," kind of thing. As you approach, and as you go to enter, the guards all shout, "Halt! By order of the Lord." And I have his name written down. One moment here. Name is Bartleridge. You will stand down and be tried for crimes against his lordship.
Are you being arrested right now?
Sure enough. Sure enough, I am.
By
Sure enough.
yourself?
Yep, sure enough, I am.
And,
it's okay.
Well,
though,
you
because
realize
this is-
you could literally slaughter every one of these guys in a heartbeat. Nobody here,
Yep.
obviously. So, but they are all just guardsmen,
Mhm,
very similar to to your father. In fact, you realize now he was a member of this guard.
Yep.
And as crossbows and trained on you, and swords are held, and pole arms are kind of pointed in your direction there, we will cut to there for this week, as Sora is being arrested in her hometown.
Mhm. Mhm.
Of course you are.
Of course I am.
So we'll pick up there and what everyone else is doing and what things people are having made and what your plans are next as we continue on from here. But thanks for everyone for being here. Thanks for all you playing today, all you out there watching now and in the future. It's great to be back after our break from last week and ready to move on with the story as we move officially into Act 3 of this campaign. And thanks for being here. As always, looking for games, looking for new players, if you're DM looking for players, or if you're looking to be in games, we've got a bunch of them, a bunch of new ones happening on our server here now too. So information for joining our Discord server is in the description below. We'll see you again real soon. Thanks for coming by. Next time, drinks around us. Have fun, everybody. Bye.
Bye.